All right. What is up, folks? Greetings and happy Wednesday. What is up, Dark Rift? What's up, lurkers in chat? What's up, VOD viewers? What's up, everybody else? I hope you're all doing well. I was about to say, I hope you're doing better than me, which is not... I mean, that's great if you are. But that's perhaps overstating the state of affairs for me at this current point in time. But today started off on a several questionable notes. I've had how I had a long day, I don't know, not really, but I had a morning. I woke up, first of all, I went to bed yesterday hoping to get a good night's sleep. I was feeling tired as hell, so I went to bed at like 11. Of course, I stayed up watching like YouTube on my phone for an hour, which I, shouldn't have, but hey, that's life. What's up, Ramon? Greetings. But I was looking forward to getting a good night's sleep. Instead, I woke up at like 5 a.m. With like, I don't know, back pain and just, I don't know, I just woke up and I couldn't really go back to sleep. So I kind of drifted in and out of consciousness, but not really much rest, while half watching / listening to Mr. Radon playing Mahjong on the N64. And then at around 7 a.m. is when construction work started outside my window. And I was like, well, I guess I'm not gonna get much sleep done here, am I? So I kind of begrudgingly got up and I ventured to make some breakfast, and I realized I didn't have a lot of, I mean, I have no shortage of food, but I didn't have a lot of breakfast foods, and I really didn't feel like going out to the shop. So I was like, all right, what can I do here? Well, I've got like 2 slices of bread left. I've got eggs, and I got this jar of kimchi that I bought figuring, hey, I'll figure out something to do with this. And I was like, does kimchi go with boiled eggs? Seems like it might. It seems like it should work, right? So I concocted some kind of egg and kimchi sandwich, which was, on the one hand, I think a successful experiment in the sense that I think it would be pretty good, but somewhat unsuccessful in the sense that the particular brand of kimchi I'd bought was like fucking terrible. It was like 60 to 70% liquid, and the actual cabbage, like solid parts, were all like soft and had like no crunch to it. It was probably the worst kimchi I've ever had. It wasn't spicy at all either, and it in fact didn't really taste of much of anything. So I felt like retroactively mad at the time, I don't know, a month or 2 ago when I bought that jar of kimchi, thinking, hey, this will be nice. But hey, that breakfast sandwich, it would have been mediocre at best. I mean, it would have been fine, sure, but I wasn't like, I didn't ruin an entire meal with subpar kimchi. It was okay. My subpar kimchi at least made for a more exciting sandwich than an egg and nothing sandwich, so it was okay. But it was, not, it was not as satisfying as I was hoping it would be. My morning continued with the realization that it's snowing. Nico Jazz just subscribed. I think my alerts are having some issues. I think I saw something like pop up, but I didn't hear anything. I'm not sure what happened. But Nico Jazz has subscribed at tier 3. They've been subscribed for 47 months. That is incredible, and thank you very much indeed, Lord Nico Jazz, for your incredibly generous and continued support. That certainly takes the edge off a miserable morning. Let's see. Okay, so what if I... Hang on. Oh, that's right. No, I can't re-trigger that thing from here. Well, okay. I'm not sure what happened there. But the subscription went through. And we'll see. We'll see if Twitch alerts are just borked today, or if I'm just blind and deaf, or what happened. But regardless, thank you again, Nico Jazz. That means an awful lot to me. But yeah, so I had seen last night, because I had thought that I might want to go out for a bit today. I didn't have work. So I was like, well, I should probably leave the house, because the last time I didn't have work for like 5 days, I stayed inside in full like goblin mode, and it was terrible. So I wanted to make sure to get outside for a bit. But I'd seen yesterday that it was supposed to be colder and most likely raining. Like, well, that sucks, but whatever. So I was a little taken aback to see like heavy snowfall. Mind you, we had like 23 degrees, I think, on Saturday. So like 4 days ago, we had full-on summer weather, and then we're just having a blizzard again. So that kind of put a damper on things. I did brave the weather eventually, and it actually, contrary to the weather report, the snow actually subsided more or less as I left the house, so I didn't really have to deal with it. It wasn't bad at all in the end. But just looking out the window and seeing, because I saw it on my phone that it said it was snowing, I just wanted to kind of double check, like, is it raining today or not? Like, oh, it's snowing? So I, yeah, like, popped open the blinds and like, yep, it's not just like the occasional snowflake. No, it's like full on snowing. Ugh. But I did go out and I'll say, let's actually check. Well, not quite. Didn't quite get my 10,000 steps in, but getting close. Let's see, can we, is that gonna work? It's not really gonna work because it's too bright. Well, you can see it's 4 digits. I'm at 9,883 steps, so it worked out. Worked out. And since then, I feel like the rest of the day it's just been a blur. I've been doing a little bit of final tinkering prep work for the very exciting stream graphic branding project, whatever we want to call it. I'm looking forward to having this over and done with, so I don't have to talk around it in such weird ways. But it's hard to exactly put a label on it without showing it. Which I will be doing on Saturday, so I'm excited for that. It's going to be the kind of culmination in the sense, but also the beginning of something new. But finally getting to share something I've been working on behind the scenes for several months now. So I'm really looking forward to that. But I had some, like, it's basically done, but there's a little bit of just side stuff around it that I have to do / can do. So I've been tinkering a little bit with that this afternoon. But the I guess the leaving the house and going for a nice walk did something for my mood, because I got over this morning's various ailments and misery, and transitioned into excitement to finally getting to continue 007 Everything or Nothing. We started this game on Monday stream. We ended up, due to some technical difficulties, playing the Japanese PS2 copy of the game that I bought a while back. It's fortuitous that I did decide to pick this up kind of on a whim, because the Xbox copy I had, I just could not get to run. It is unfortunate because the PS2 version at least kind of runs like dog shit, which I was a little surprised by. I have no idea how the Xbox version runs, but it seems reasonable to assume probably a little bit better than this one. But that is assuming that you can boot it up and actually play it, which I wasn't able to do. And I was able to boot this one up, so I mean the PS2 version has the upper hand in that department. And ultimately, that's kind of what matters. We had a pretty lackadaisical pace. We didn't get super far into the game, but I did very much enjoy my time with it so far. We are still, I feel like, kind of in the opening parts of the game. We haven't really gotten much plot going yet, but we've already had a pretty impressive variety in missions and set pieces and just cool stuff. And I feel like the game promises a lot more where that came from. So, I'm a few minutes earlier than usual today, because I just figured I was kind of getting done with the other stuff I was doing, and it's like, well, do I just sit around for half an hour before I start the stream? Ah, fuck it, let's just go. And, I don't think I have too much other kind of housekeeping, just chatting stuff to deal with up top. So I think we're going to be moving on to resuming everything or nothing momentarily. What is up, Mendel91? Greetings. Let's hop on over to the Bond scene. And let us this and catch up a little bit here for those who may not have been around for the previous stream. We are looking, of course, at the Japanese cover art, because that is the version we're playing. The original artwork for the Western releases features Heidi Klum on the cover, who is starring in the game as one of the slightly more major characters than this lady. Forgot her name, Ito something. She plays a character named Miss Nagai, who is apparently a lab assistant to Q. We have not yet been introduced to her character in the game, but I reckon we'll meet her soon enough. But it's interesting that she does appear to have a slightly more prominent role in the Japanese version of the game. I was informed, we didn't see this because even though we played it in Japanese at the beginning, there was in fact an option to play with English voices and Japanese subtitles, which makes the game a little easier to follow for viewers and myself alike. So we're doing that. But apparently if you do play with the Japanese voices, there's gadget briefing type stuff where she does some of that voiceover instead of Q, who will do the voice in the English voice track. I thought that was kind of interesting. Noodle, greetings. However, all that aside, Everything or Nothing returns to the third-person perspective, featuring a new and improved aiming system. New gadgets allow Bond to go invisible, disrupt electronics, or control mechanical spiders, which allow him to access new areas. The game features an original story with over 30 missions, as well as a co-op campaign and competitive split-screen multiplayer. So before we started playing, I was very suspicious of this claim with regards to the mission count. The GBA version boasts 20 plus missions on paper, or like, you know, in marketing. But the actual game has like 7 levels, I think. So the only conclusion I could reach was that they came up with the number 20 because they counted every like checkpoint as a separate mission. I don't know how else you would be able to reach that number. But for this game, I can believe it, having played it, because we've finished like 5 levels, I think. And the levels are really short, and I'm like super excited about that. I love it so much, because especially for a game like this, which similar to Nightfire and Agent Under Fire, has a kind of scoring system with medals that can be used to unlock stuff, it highly encourages replaying missions. And even if you're not grinding medals, just in terms of overcoming the challenge and figuring out how to do certain things in a mission, we took a lot of deaths so far. It's not necessarily a super duper easy game. Having to not redo like a really lengthy level is like such a relief. And it's cool too because every level, more or less, I think there was the train level, I think did not have an opening cutscene, but most stages so far have had an opening cutscene and an ending cutscene. So by dividing what could otherwise have been fewer larger missions into smaller, more smaller ones, we get more little CG FMV treats with intros and outros to each of those shorter levels. It also means that if there aren't any checkpoints, which I presume there aren't so far, I don't think there have been any. It's very thankful to not have to redo like a long level and then die to some difficult bullshit at the end. Like, I'm all for shorter levels. There was a driving level, the first one of what I assume to be several, where we got the choice between a car and a motorcycle, which I thought was really cool. And the motorcycle was a lot of fun. I love driving motorcycles in video games. And someone in chat mentioned, but before they did, I already had the same thought, that they were reminded of Spy Hunter, the PS2 Xbox first, specifically, of the 3D Spy Hunter games, which is an excellent game, by the way. We played that on stream a couple of years ago. We played all three of them, and the second was pretty bad. The third one, not great, but had entertainment value. But the first one is like just genuinely a really great game, and I've been like off and on kind of itching to revisit it since then. And obviously the driving like reminds you of a game that has driving, but that game also has a very similar structure of like very short, like pretty intense and occasionally difficult missions, but they're fast-paced and they're short, so you really don't mind failing and redoing it like 6 times, because you're not spending like 12 minutes on just busy work, tedium, nothingness, time wasting before you hit the challenging part. Like, it's just, I don't know, redoing stuff and like instant fail states and that kind of stuff. I think a lot of people, like, it can rub people the wrong way, but in the right context, I think it's perfectly fine. It's that feeling of both like time wasting, but also sort of hopelessness of not being able to progress. Like, that can get really frustrating really quickly. But the like when you have that high level of challenge and you just get to like try it over and over and over again, and you spend very little of your time either waiting for things, whether it's load times or intro movies or whatever, but also just like you're not spending time trudging through boring non-challenging parts before you reach the challenge or what have you, but like the time is actively spent trying to overcome the challenge. In a way, you could compare it to something like Tony Hawk, where you're also likely to restart a run 50 times to try to do like the perfect run or whatever, and you typically don't mind. Like, even though a run is 2 minutes, you could easily spend 20 minutes before you complete a run, because you just get hung up on trying to do this one thing. But typically it's not a frustrating experience, you're just kind of into it. So, not to say that this is a game that reminds me of Tony Hawk all that much. Compared to some of the other experiences we've had with recent Bond games, where levels have been long and kind of tedious, it's an extremely nice, like, a change of pace, like a fresh, new experience to have these like really short, tight levels. So I really appreciate it a lot. Pepe Paco, what's up? Would we consider friction to be a meaningful part of the design experience? I mean, of course. I think it's one of those things where it doesn't really matter to me if something is, let's call it a specific and deliberate tool that is being applied by the designer, or if it's like a specific element that is being added or removed or what have you. I think any part of the experience that the player will have playing the game is, I'm trying to figure out a way to phrase this that isn't just circular. I was literally about to say any part of the experience is a part of the player's experience, which I mean, I guess it does bear mentioning, even though it's you know, quite self-evident. But what I mean is, it doesn't really matter if something is deliberate or not from the designer's point of view. It doesn't really matter if something is, like I said, a specific feature or part that has been added. The sum total of every design decision, and, you know, whether conscious or not, is the experience that the player is having. And as a designer, I think you need to be keenly aware, or I mean, should ideally strive to be keenly aware of the experience that the player is going to have, and how each design decision kind of ties into that, and whether they have the experience that you want to have. So friction and challenge, and, you know, even something like talking about the you know, quick restarts, or like wasting time or whatever. Yes, of course, those things will be the consequence of design decisions that are being made, but they might not be, those decisions might not be made with that particular aspect in mind. But whether or not they are, it has an impact on the experience the player's having, right? So by being aware of how you as a designer use friction and difficulty, you know, it's, if you have no awareness of it, I think it's quite difficult. I mean, it already is, but it's more difficult to make like meaningful, good design decisions. I feel like I'm completely derailing here in terms of putting together a cohesive narrative, but yeah, I think, like, as far as game design goes, like, it really comes down to what experience the player is having, right? It's not, game design isn't a, you know, checklist of features, or at least it doesn't begin and end with that from my point of view. But I would also say, like, in this particular instance, what I'm talking about isn't something I would describe necessarily as friction, but more so how you sort of it's, in a way, it's about pacing. It's about, like, not necessarily the narrative pacing or the mechanical structural pacing, but like sort of the pacing of the player's experience, where you can have kind of a higher degree of intensity because stuff that is in lack of a better term, boring, the boring parts gets sort of easier. Like, if you're stuck on a difficult thing, retrying it at least means retrying that specific thing, because it's sort of isolated into a smaller chunk, as opposed to having to retry that but also a bunch of boring stuff alongside it. And I think that helps a lot with the just the overall feel of enjoyment. I don't know, I feel like I need to wrap up that train of thought, because it's really going nowhere. I'm struggling to express myself in a way that even I find cohesive and like easy to follow. So I can only imagine how bad it is for you guys. But I'm always happy to talk game design, and thoughts and analysis are bound to come up one way or the other as we play the game. So I'm sure we'll have more to say on that as we continue tonight's stream. There is a Spy Hunter on Atari 2600. Yes, Spy Hunter is, of course, an Atari arcade game originally. And I guess I can't say too much about that particular era, but certainly later on, Atari arcade games tended to find life absolutely wherever they could. A lot of Atari games were ported to many different platforms. But Spy Hunter was a popular game, you know. It makes sense that it would have been put kind of wherever it could at the time. And I wouldn't say that it had, it's like, for me personally anyway, tremendous longevity as a game I would really want to like grind out, but it's a cool game. Spy Hunter Nowhere to Run, starring The Rock, is, I don't think, great game. I think it is pretty mediocre, but I think it is not nearly as boring as Spy Hunter 2, the third or the second game in that like trilogy of Spy Hunter games. But like I said, we did play all three, and if you are curious, you can find my full playthroughs on Twitch, or I'm pretty sure on my YouTube as well. Well, let's take this opportunity of a coherently finished sentence to move on. Let's see if this worked properly. Yes, indeed. Thanks to Nico Jazz's tremendously generous support. Let's update this properly. Boom! We have now completed 6 daily objectives and are officially more than halfway to unlocking the next secret mission, aka the next bonus game for Games Bond. I have a number of games lined up that are, for one reason or another, not quite fit for official mission status. They didn't make the cut to the official game list, but they are interesting and worth taking a look at in their own right. The first couple of ones we've played have primarily been unlicensed Bond text adventures and the like, but we did also play the GoldenEye Tiger Electronics handheld, which was pretty cool as far as those things go. I am looking forward to the next secret mission, which we have now come one step closer to unlocking. So I am very excited for that, and once again, tremendously grateful for everyone's continued support. Well, with that, I think I will just boot up the old PS2 here, and we can get ready to continue the game. Let me hydrate. I did try this before going live to double check, and so far there appears to be no technical difficulties with regards to my memcard Pro. Save file is still there. It seemed to load up just fine. So I didn't have a particular reason to suspect that would not be the case. But given that the memcard Pro 2 is a little more finicky than its PS1 counterpart, I haven't really sort of taken it through the ringer properly. But so far, so good. I think, let me double check. Color space is kind of weird. It is full, but the black levels are kind of weird. Audio here, let's get rid of that. So I'm not sure. I think potentially the opening theme song. Actually, let me double check. Might have gotten things muted. Yeah, there's some muted audio in the previous stream, so I'm gonna turn it down. I think. Hang on. Oh yeah, all right. It's coming through on my end, but I just turned it down in OBS. I guess I assumed that this is what would have triggered the muted audio. I didn't double check. It is cool. I actually think the song is pretty decent, but I want to try to avoid dealing with the headaches of muted audio. I will, before the next stream, I will double check the status of this, and if this is like Twitch safe, we'll have the audio for future streams, because I'm pretty confident that we will not finish this game tonight. But getting a proper opening credit sequence like this is pretty sick. Even though I think the way it ends is really weird with big fucking Pierce Brosnan mugshot. All right. audio levels are kind of weird. They're all over the place. Like the game seems nowhere near as loud as that opening was, but whatever. Mission. Load game. It's kind of weird. Like the game's already loaded the memory card, or else it would have gone right into the first mission. But I have to load again anyway. The fact that it has distinguishable faces. Well, I mean, it has the characters from the game. Which isn't something that never ever happens. I mean, I wouldn't say that all the movie openings are the same. Especially at this point in time. I mean, the most recent one was Die Another Day, which has a really weird opening that like intercuts between like the silhouettes of naked ladies dancing with Pierce Brosnan like as a POW being tortured, which is a little strange. But I mean, it is by a significant margin the best effort put forth by any game so far of having a proper Bond opening credit sequence, so I cannot really complain too much. Sour Nuts 1, hello to you as well. Greetings, welcome, welcome. And what's up, Gundam? I should probably greet you properly. I don't think I did. Welcome, hope you're doing well. Alright, so yeah, as we can see here, we Ground Zero, the opening mission, which is so sick. Like, it was so cool how you boot up the game, and before you, like, for better or for worse, it kind of sucks that you don't get options for subtitles or language or anything, but you get thrown right into this opening. Like, it's very much in the style of the movie, right? There's the pre-credits action scene, and it's like a 90-second, 2-minute level. It's like, even by this game standard, it's a short level, and you get kicked like immediately from the end of that level into the opening credit sequence, like as it should be. And then there's like the tutorial MI6 training level, and then like the game actually starts. Like it's like how you should do a Bond game for sure. Lonely Demon, what's up? It is Bond time indeed. It is time to Bond. Yeah, so we rappel down this whatever it was. I was gonna say dam, but everything was on fire. And we blew some stuff up. Oh, that's right, because they were kidnapping Heidi Klum. Nadanova, is that her name? I think so. Brilliant nanomachine scientists or whatever. So we had the rappel action level, we had the driving action level, and then we had the train level that ended with the Jaws boss fight. And here's the next mission, Sandstorm. Yeah, I fucking love. So you can see on the underneath them, there's the mission title, and then it says mission score, which is 0 for this one because we haven't done the mission yet. So you can see the score we've received for every mission, and then we have the total score, like the sum of all the best scores for each level gets added up to a total score. That is like such a cool, sick feature. We have 3 difficulty levels: Operative, Agent, and 00 Agent. And the golden 007 logo there means we got the gold medal for these missions. And it says, if you clear the stage on 00 Agent difficulty, you will be able to try to get the platinum medal. The platinum challenge will be unlocked. So for each level, there is a bronze, silver, gold medal that you can just get on any difficulty, I guess. And the platinum, which, well, strictly speaking, I'm sure you would have to play on 00 Agent for the necessary like score multiplier to be able to reach platinum, even if there's not a strict requirement to play on 00 Agent. Actually, I guess it says there, if you play on 00 Agent level, you can now try for the platinum mission or whatever. So I believe I saw somewhere, maybe in the unlock menu, yeah, in the cheats. Yeah, so all these cheats that you can unlock require a certain amount of platinum medals. And Maybe we'll try to go for some of them, I don't know, but I wouldn't want to be playing through the game with cheats anyway, so it's not really important for the playthrough, for the mission at hand, to do this on 00 Agent or to get the cheats for the platinums or whatever. But it's a cool system that I think encourages replay, which is especially fun in a game where the missions are actually short and fun to replay. Cheating is a gray zone. To be clear, I'm not saying that because I'm like a staunch anti-cheater, or that it is important for the sanctity of this project that I clear this challenge honestly and fairly. This isn't really that kind of project. The purpose of it isn't for me to, you know, earn bragging rights of having completed every James Bond game. It is about experiencing them and exploring the history of the games. But still, it would be my philosophy, just in general, that I would want to experience the game as designed. I think it's cool that the cheats are there, and if they help us get over some humps or friction or hurdles, that's cool, fine by me. I mean, we've definitely cheated in some of the games earlier. We used trainers for some of the Amiga games and stuff like that. If it allows us to see more of the game that we wouldn't have been able to see otherwise, then I'm all for it. But I wouldn't want to unlock cheats and then start enabling them before we've even seen what the game is like without them. And I think, you know, cheats are fun. I think it's anything that gives you the opportunity and an option to customize your gameplay experience is pretty cool. But, you know, because I have an interest in analysis and assessment of the games, you know, I could say it's a plus for there to be fun cheats that you can mess around with. But there's certainly aspects of the game that are harder to assess if I'm playing with cheats. I think it's kind of, it would feel weird to start doing that like in the middle of doing just a single playthrough. How many games are there? Well, you can check out the official spreadsheet right there. If you type !007 in chat, you will get the link right there. For this project, there is a list of 50 games, and we are currently on game number 31. How many Bond games exist is a nebulous kind of question. It depends on several factors. Depends on what kind of games you decide to count and not count. For instance, we have several games on the list which are for mobile phones, and one of which we have not been able to play because it turns out that game is not playable. And that could hypothetically be the case with some of the other upcoming Java phone games. I guess I can't say there have been in the past, no longer existing 007 games for smartphones. Games that have since been discontinued and shuttered. There are games that are not officially licensed, and I did in fact cheekily add one such game to our list, which was Octopussy for the ZX Spectrum. It is a Slovakian developed game that was made by like two people, I think, released in like what, 91, 92, and it's a charming little adventure game. It's not good, but it's fascinating, so I was just like, well, we have to play this. But there are other unofficial, unlicensed James Bond games, and we've played a couple of those, but we did those as bonus missions. I didn't include them in the main game list. So I'll say this much. When I was putting this project together, I of course tried my best to do research on, well, what games are out there? What games should I include in this project? And I wanted to be as comprehensive as possible. And any list that I could find of James Bond games had gaps in it. Whether it was looking at everything under the 007 franchise page on Moby Games, whether it was searching for 007 on Game FAQs, whether it was looking at some listicle ranking Bond games or whatever, There were a couple of games, mostly the mobile stuff, that tended to not be on any of them. But more than that, any such list would just like have missions. Like there would be something missing on one list that was on the other, and vice versa. So in all the time I spent researching and putting the list together, I did not come across a list of games that was as comprehensive as the one I had put together. And even then, like, I could have missed stuff. I mean, I put together the list, and then I thought I had the list done, and then I received some helpful advice pointing me in the direction of like 4 games that I had missed. So that's just the nature of these things. There's also another question of where you draw the line between different or related versions of games. I've put different, versions of the same game, if you want to call it that, as separate entries in many cases. For example, we finished the Game Boy Advance game, Everything or Nothing, as Mission 30, and this game is 31. And they have the same title, but they are, for all intents and purposes, 2 completely separate games. And that's a pretty easy distinction to make. But there are other games where the definition or the criteria for when you decide to count them as the same or when you count them separately are not as black and white. To take this game as an example, I would not count the Xbox version and the GameCube version and the PS2 version as 3 separate games, because they are the same game. Same thing, of course, with Nightfire. But Nightfire also has the PC version, which is a different game. And I think even that is like a pretty simple black and white case. But when you go back to the British microcomputer games, Live and Let Die, for example, which I had as one game on my list. But when we played that, we looked at a bunch of different versions of it. We played it on the Commodore 64, we played it on the Amiga, we played it on the Atari ST, I think, and the Amstrad CPC. And those were all like slightly different. They were made by different developers. They mostly, but not entirely, follow the same kind of game design. But I think like for a game of that vintage, you would expect each different platform's version to be a little bit more different, while still kind of considering it the same game. So for me, I take it as kind of on a case-by-case basis. Is it the same, or is it worth like splitting up? And speaking of GoldenEye, there is of course the GoldenEye remake coming up, and I won't really know until we play them if it's completely justified or not. But in my list, partially because I happen to own both of them, I have the original Wii release, GoldenEye Reloaded, or whatever. Or is that... Fuck, I can't even remember. The original Wii release of the GoldenEye remake is its own game, and then the updated PS3 version is like a separate entry. Maybe that's the one that was called Reloaded? I think so. And I don't realistically know exactly how different they are. We'll play the Wii game with Wii waggle controls, and even though I believe the PS3 version also supports the Move controller, I reckon we'll play that with a regular controller just for the, the different experience. But it might be, 90% the same game. I don't really know. But point being, like, it's even if it's not a matter of being unaware of the existence of obscure Java phone games, you'd still have a pretty subjective take on what does and does not get included as a separate entry on a list. In any case, the spreadsheet you have there will show you the games that I have on my list, which are the games I'm going to play. I was happy to be able to land at a nice even number of 50, but it's like plus minus 3 to 5 games, depending on both which games you count, but also which games actually end up being playable. Because we've had already one game that we couldn't play. So there could be more. We'll just have to see when we get there. All right, let me hydrate. All right, so the manual talked about helicopter controls, so I guess we're still in the kind of intro part where we're getting introduced to different types of missions. Yeah, because this was like rappelling and shooting, this was driving, this was stealth, and I guess this is helicopter. And I guess after this we were getting a mission briefing by M. What's up, Arioka? 007 GoldenEye Reloaded is the updated version. Yeah, right, that's what I thought. All right, let's resume the timer and get going. We're playing on Agent, right? That's the medium difficulty. Let's go for it.
Dr. Nadanova.
Who are you?
I'm from MI6.
The General is getting away with the nanorobots.
Didn't say the thing.
I think we may be reaching the end of the line here. After you.
Well, that's convenient.
Can we catch him? Can you fly this, Mr.
Bond. James.
There we go. Can I fly this thing? We're about to find out. But yeah, as you can see, like, we're very much in the middle of things here. But the game, like I said, it has everything. Those are split up in these bite-sized chunks, which I'm a huge fan of. Oh yeah, it gives us hints here for Bond actions. 一撃で本の橋を落とせ. Alright, so break the bridge in one shot. Yeah, this game has Bond moves, or Bond actions, as the Japanese version calls them. So when you look at the objective screen, it gives us a hint for how to achieve Bond moves, which is pretty sick. Let me just confirm the driving controls here in the manual. That's right, you can accelerate and brake with the face buttons, but it uses the analog buttons, so you have to press the button like uncomfortably firmly to get full speed. But you can also push up and down on the right stick, which is like a little awkward, but it's easier on the thumb at least. Circle is handbrake, triangle is action, R1 to fire weapon, R2 to switch weapons, L1 for gadget, L2 to look back. So left stick up and down will control altitude in the helicopter. I guess that's the specific difference for the helicopter controls. That seems straightforward enough. Let's give it our best shot.
You must destroy that helicopter, 007. The nanotech prototype cannot remain.
Oh, okay. Yep, it's inverted. Makes sense. Do I have an option for that, actually? Yeah, up, down, inversion. So I'm hoping this is specific for driving. Yeah, it should be, because otherwise I think we had a left-right inversion option. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I'll change it now, and if I have to, I guess I'll change it back. Is the Japanese version different from the North American one other than the subtitles? Well, it does have the option, which is the default one for Japanese voices. And I was a little surprised to see that there's no way to play with Japanese voices and subtitles. The two options are Japanese voices or English voices plus subtitles. I was told, I didn't get to see this myself, or hear rather, but if you play with Japanese voices, there are parts of the game where Q is replaced with Miss Nagai, who is also on the cover replacing Heidi Klum for the Japanese version. I guess I don't know. Given when this game came out, I was gonna say that it's possible that the Japanese version might have some violence edited out, but it's unlikely that this game would have had that. I mean, I would expect that there's no blood or anything in any version of the game. But if there had been, I could see that being edited for the Japanese one. But I've never played any other version, so I don't have a frame of reference personally. Oh. Dude, I swear that there's strafing controls.
Some flares may help to
All right, L1. Do gadget. Dude, yeah, it's gonna take a couple of attempts before I get used to the controls here. So, can I... Nope. Oh, it's dropping bombs. Nope. Circle? Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm like... You push the right stick forward to go forward. But I use the left stick to turn left and right. And if I press up or down on the left stick, I move up and down. It's super confusing. That's why I keep wobbling up and down like crazy. Dude, can I... Oh, every time I try to do something, I get... I mean, we're gonna fail anyway, so... I just want to see if I can go through here. Is this up? Right. Okay. Well, we didn't get a bond move for that. Good to know. Well, that's for the breaking the bridge, I guess. I think the other one, we got another bond move hit for, like, destroying all the boats. Every time I want to go forward, I just go up. Pretty cool, though. Can I juke? Oh, yeah, it looks... Oh, my God. I should try not to use the right stick, because, yeah, I can use the face buttons. I think that's smarter. That's going to be less confusing. A little less. Oh my god, thanks for shooting at me from off screen. Okay. It doesn't control poorly, it's just a little confusing in its controller layout.
He's still behind us. Get to the base.
He's looking, like waiting for us. Graphics are pretty cool.
Do not let that helicopter get away.
All right. Ouch. Oh, I guess he keeps dropping flares too. Ouch.
You're a skillful pilot, Mr. Bond, but no match for me.
Yeah, every time I press the missile button, it just shoots a flare. Ouch. I'm fine. Dude, like the levels are so cool looking. I guess the flares cost battery power, so I guess I have unlimited ammo. Sun in the background. This looks sick. Apologies that I cannot really look at chat while I'm doing this. Okay.
The structure is protected by those shield generators. You'll need to deal with them before continuing on with your mission. Excellent, 007. The shield is weakening.
All right. I'm waiting to regain control so I can dodge the incoming missiles. guess I'll just fire flares. Yeah, the timing is a little tricky. Griffin came in handy at least. So what was on that chopper? I don't really remember. I guess we did it. That was a cool mission. Again, like perfect length. Like comparing this to the horrendously tedious
James,
driving and flying
you
shit
saved
in
my life.
Nightfire.
How can I ever repay you?
Allow me to take you to dinner. Next time you're in London.
I'd like that. But until then,
All right, Dick Powers in action.
that as a small down payment.
I look forward to collecting the rest.
Looking posture. He just drops him off or drops her off at home.
I deduced the mission was successful.
All of the nanobots were destroyed, except for one. My gift to you, courtesy of MI6 and James Bond.
Bond. James Bond.
You know him?
He killed Maxorin. My mentor, my teacher, my friend.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
How ironic. Bond has now planted the seeds for his own destruction. Soon enough, the world will know and fear the name Nikolai Diavolo.
You'll have everything you desire.
Yes, Katya. Everything. Or nothing.
Everything or nothing. Dude, I kind of want to rewatch these cutscenes in Japanese. Sure, fine. I mean, we knew we hadn't seen the last of Jaws anyway. Probably going to come back in 2 or 3 more games at least. And this game, like, it's so I cannot like I cannot adequately express in words the joy and relief I feel from not having to do like 10-minute levels. I mean, that was 4 minutes 51, but it felt like 2 minutes. And like I was expecting to have to redo it at least once, given how much I was fucking up at the beginning. But nope, we just did it. And we got 219,000 points. Was that enough for gold? It was indeed. A real Bond would know how to take their mistakes in stride. Well, how's this for a mistake? We got a gold medal. I'm all right. Have I played From Russia with Love? I have not. I'm actually quite looking forward to that one. Looks interesting. But it's coming up not super long after this. Again, you can consult a spreadsheet where you can see the order of the games. They're listed in the order in which we will play them, which is the chronological release order. But if memory serves, the game immediately following this one will be GoldenEye Rogue Agent on Xbox and then on DS. And then I think there's one more in between. No, I guess Russia with Love might be after that, because yeah, it probably would be. So it might be coming up pretty soon. I'm like just trying to remember if I'm having a complete brain fart, because Casino Royale or Casino Royale technically is only on phones, but Quantum of Solace and Bloodstone are all 360. So I think Rogue Agent and From Russia with Love are the only like PS2 Xbox games. Well, there is a Quantum of Solace PS2 game, but obviously that's going to be later. Rogue Agent, I bought a copy of it a few years ago, and we played through like half of the first level. It is widely regarded as like one of the worst Bond games, which means it'll probably not crack the top 10 worst games on my list. But it is pretty damn mediocre at the very least. I mean, at the time, it was kind of rightfully, I think, mocked and derided for being such a blatant, I don't know if cash grab is the right word, but like, it has nothing to do with the movie GoldenEye, and it has even less to do with the game GoldenEye. Well, I mean, it is a first-person shooter, but that's about where the similarities end. It is a game in which you play not as Bond, but as like basically a villain's thug or something. Like, you're a bad guy, but I don't know. The plot goes places, I guess. But it's from what I remember of the extremely tiny amount of time I played it, is that it does in fact have pretty long, pretty boring levels. But yeah, the extremely contrived way they shoehorn in the name GoldenEye is that, like, in the opening mission, your character, I think you play as like an MI6 agent who gets like, who's missing in action after a mission and like defects to the villain's side because of some perceived slight from Bond or some shit like that. But anyway, he gets injured and he gets like a cybernetic eyeball, which is called a golden eye, which gives him like X-ray vision and whatever. So that's that's the justification for naming the game that way. But at the very least, I look forward to it in the sense that it will allow us to properly play it, assess it, compare it to these other games, and form an informed opinion, which I always appreciate. But I will certainly make sure to enjoy this and From Russia with Love while we can, because I reckon these games are going to be significantly more enjoyable.
The Spider Explorer, our new field reconnaissance device. You're the first agent to use it, so do be careful, 007. It doesn't climb walls, but it can go places that you can't. Use it to explore ahead of you without being seen, or to retrieve certain objects.
Yeah, so this is like a reward for getting the medals. We get these, I guess you can call them like trophies. I don't think this affects anything that we have access to in-game, but you get these like little 3D models of gadgets and characters, and I guess you get a little voiceover.
We've added a strobe function to the coin grenades. The flash will stun anyone who sees it. Use this if you get into a tight spot and need to disable your enemies quickly.
So from what I understand, these voiceovers are delivered by Miss Nagai instead of Q if you play with Japanese voices. Which is a kind of a neat touch.
The standard issue dart gun carries a fast action nerve toxin that will immediately render anyone you hit unconscious for a few hours. Its range is limited though, so you'll need to be careful using it at range.
I also kind of like the idea of having these as like this isolated little bonus thing of, you know, I'm always a big fan of having 3D model viewers, even if this is kind of limited. I can't like rotate it myself or zoom in or anything. But anything to get us to like look at and appreciate art in a game, I'm always for. But having this little section where you can have Q give us voiceover to explain the gadgets without having to interrupt the flow of the game by having these like lengthy briefing sections. Now, I mean, it's cool to have a Q briefing like in the movies, but in some of the games it gets a little tedious when you jump into a level and you just have to listen to a tutorial for 20 seconds. I think it's an interesting idea to have it. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive either. You can have, and I'm sure we will have, some kind of briefing scene. I reckon Miss Nagai will have to appear on screen at some point, which I presume would be in Q Lab, so I look forward to that. But to have it as its own separate thing, I think it's a cool idea. I think it makes sense. Skipped Rogue Agent. Yeah, it did not get very good reviews. It seems like it's always interesting. I mean, I don't pay close attention to review scores in the sense that I form an opinion on a game or even expectations based on it strictly. Or to put it in a more accurate way, I don't trust that a numerical representation of the general review reception is an indication you know, that a high number means I'm gonna like it more. There are plenty of games that review very well that have high scores that I don't like or don't care about, and there's a lot of games that review very poorly that I adore. And in a lot of cases, I get way more excited for a game that has like a meta review score of like 60 than one that has a like a Metacritic ranking of 87. Like Spy Hunter was a great example, as we talked about. Like the first game did review well, but looking at the sequels, I want to say the Metacritic score of the first one was like 87 or something, 80 something at least, and the second one was like 72 or 74 or something, and then the third one was like 56. And I thought the second game was much better than the third one was much better than the second one. Like neither was great, both had pretty glaring issues, but Spy Hunter 2 was just bland and boring and forgettable. It was like serviceable, but it was not interesting, and it had some really kind of boring parts. And Nowhere to Run, sure, it has some annoying stuff here and there, but it was like visually more impressive. The combat was kind of neat, like there's a novelty factor to playing as The Rock and doing wrestling moves and shit. It's weird, yes, to have a Spy Hunter game that is not primarily about driving, but I thought like the third game was far more interesting and entertaining. And I'd always take an interesting and entertaining mediocre game over a plain mediocre game that just has no rough edges. But it's also a simple fact that my tastes just have not, for a very long time, really aligned with the kind of general consensus mainstream just general opinion on things. What's up, Will of the Worm? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure at a point in time my tastes weren't as, I don't want to say refined as in I have good taste, I just mean developed. Like I didn't know as clearly what I like and didn't like, and it was, you know, for a long time growing up and everything, access to games were not nearly as ubiquitous as it is today. So the idea of setting something aside or dismissing something or not caring about it purely based on genre or something like that was unthinkable. Like any game was exciting, so I would play driving games, I would play management sims, I would play strategy games, I would play role-playing games. But as I learned more about what I like and don't, as my access to games, you know, outgrew my time and resources to play them all, and also in a lot of ways, like as games became more complex, it was less of an investment to try a game of any genre back when games in general were simpler. But nowadays I know that strategy games and driving games and RPGs, whatever, like those aren't games that I typically tend to be all that interested in. So I'm happy to just say, it's not my thing, I don't really care. And it doesn't really matter if something has like a 98 Metacritic if it's a type of game that I don't really care about. That's not to say that I don't think I could enjoy it, but it just like, I'm okay skipping it because I don't feel like I'm missing out. At the same time, what I'm looking for in an experience playing a game, especially digging up random old shit, is not necessarily the thing that a reviewer will give good or bad scores based on. And especially, like, I always find it kind of extra interesting to play games divorced from the expectations that come with a game playing it when it's contemporary. Like, you can just have a more, I don't want to say more honest or objective perspective, but certainly a more detached perspective of something when you play it 20 years later as opposed to when it's new, or even when you play it when it's like 3 years old. So I mean, I play new games. I don't follow or play a lot of like big AAA games, some but not many. But so it's not that I only care about old games, but I care a lot about old games. And yeah, I think it's super interesting to look at Metacritic scores for older games just to have a sense of how they were perceived at the time. But that is just research on kind of ancillary sort of media almost. like to know what the perception of it was, not to feed into my expectations of it. But yeah, I mean, I think the true watershed moment for me, when I kind of realized, not that I was ever like super, like I didn't buy magazines that much. I certainly didn't buy a lot of games. There was never a point in my life really where I would consult magazines, see what they said, and made a purchasing decision of a new game based on what I read. But obviously I of course read magazines, but I remember when the Swedish Superpower, or maybe they were Superplay at that point, I guess they would have been, they were Superpower back in the 90s, and then eventually they rebranded as Superplay, which was pretty much like the leading magazine at the time. They reviewed Ocarina of Time, and not only did they give it 100 out of 100, in their reviews they would have like 5 or 6 categories that they rated a game on. It was like, you know, graphics, sound, playability, whatever, you know, the typical thing. And their review gave Ocarina of Time 100 out of 100 points in every category. And I was like, well, this is ridiculous. And I don't mean to say, like, if it's one thing, well, maybe not the one thing, but I cannot stand the ever-present and ongoing narrative that, like, game journalism is terrible, game journalists are the worst, game reviews are bad. Like, especially because that kind of narrative tends to coincide with some nostalgic idea of when games journalism used to be good, which, like, I don't know, I find that whole shit ridiculous, so I don't want to associate myself with that line of thinking or that kind of narrative at all. So my point isn't that I read that review and said, well, I can't trust these guys because they are, I don't know, shills or whatever. But it was more like, well, that was not a particularly controversial review. Like, giving Ocarina of Time like an outstanding review and full scores could not like remotely be controversial, because if you look up that game on Metacritic, it has what, like 97, 98 or something. Like, everyone gave that game full marks. But it kind of made me realize that a review can be, it's subjective and it's reflective of someone's opinions and tastes that very much can completely diverge from my own. Because I had seen and I had played that game, and I mentioned, I think, very recently on stream that Ocarina of Time is a game that I have tried playing, and I can never get anywhere in it because I get so bored with it, and it looks so ugly and it runs like shit. It's just like, if there's appeal in that game, I have not been able to play that game long enough to reach that point where it gets appealing to me. It was definitely not 100 out of 100 type experience the couple of times I've tried to get into that. So it's just not for me. I don't much care for it. But here's these guys who give it 100 out of 100 in every category, and like, yep, I'm the weird one out, and that's okay. I'm just gonna do my own thing, and I'll look for opinions on stuff that I trust to either be like my tastes, or at least being able to discern something from what that particular person thinks of it. And I think that's like the most important thing. Remember a review for Super Mario All-Stars, gave it 99%, couldn't understand why, since it was a collection of other games which many people still own. That's an interesting case, that game too. I've been thinking about that recently. I picked up a copy of it not that long ago. I don't even like it that much. I mean, I'm not a big Mario fan to begin with, and I think at the time when it came out, I thought it was novel and it was cool, and I probably appreciated the freshness of the new audio and visuals. And obviously, being able to access the Japanese Super Mario 2 was a cool thing. And there wasn't much of a frame of reference for that kind of release, at least on consoles. There are definitely earlier remakes for PC games and stuff. And I'm sure console games too, but it was a very high profile one, of course, that sort of, it was a new concept to most of the game's audience, I'm sure. But I don't think it took that long for me to form the opinion that I like the original versions better. I don't think I had these opinions at the time when it was contemporary, but I've grown to view the Super Famicom's like audio capabilities as like not to my tastes, and the way those games look and sound, the sound in particular, it's not that it's like bad or they did a terrible job, it's just the audio has a different aesthetic, and it's an aesthetic that I like less than that of the NES games. I think as far as the graphics go, it doesn't have as strong of a art direction as like Super Mario World. It definitely feels like what it is, you know, a touched up, sort of retouched, reworked version of NES graphics. And some of the things they did with some of the backgrounds and stuff, I think are just interpretations of visuals made into something slightly less abstract, or arguably more abstract in some cases, that don't really work for me. I think it's okay, but I don't like it as much as the original. But at the same time, like, you know, if you want to play those games, it's a perfectly adequate way to play them, and those are still good games. They're not any less good, really. I mean, I don't like them aesthetically as much, but adding a save feature to Super Mario Bros. 3, I think is undoubtedly a huge improvement. So it's if you had all the NES games, and if you also had a Famicom Disk System copy of Super Mario Bros. 2, are you getting much new under the sun? Not really, but it's still hard to say that it's a bad product. Anyway.
We've upgraded the Cayenne with a cloaking device, 007, which will make you temporarily invisible to your enemies. It has a limited battery life, though, so use it sparingly.
Getting massively sidetracked, but that's fine. I don't mind. I'm happy to spend more time with this game because it's fun to play. You loved Sonic Jam, but was not a fan of Mario All-Stars. Not sure if it is because you were a fan of Sonic games over Mario. Well, I mean, I think Sonic Jam, I want to say, does have some slight changes that are a little bit peculiar. I remember when I first played Sonic Jam, which was not in the 90s, mind you, but I remember the jumping sound being really weird. That really stood out to me, and I don't know if that's something that has persisted in other ports and versions. And I think there's a few changes, but by and large, like, you're not likely to play the Sonic Jam versions of those games and feel like, oh wow, this looks and sounds so much worse. I wish I was playing the original. I mean, it's not going to feel much better either. They're close enough to the same thing. That could be something. But also, I guess, you know, they're like 16-bit games. You have the like gallery type stuff. It's, I mean, I think as a package, disregarding the strengths of the individual games, I don't think it's unreasonable to think of Sonic Jam as a more impressive package. And then if you take into account the actual games, then obviously it becomes a lot more subjective. No, Arioko, you have nothing to apologize for. That's just me going on. I mean, I'm I'm happy to just chat. I just feel like I have a little bit of an obligation to actually play the game.
Cayenne has now been outfitted with a remote control device, 007. It can be
So I kind of catch myself like, oh shit, maybe I should be playing the game also instead of just talking about completely unrelated stuff. But I'm more than happy to have like activity in chat and have an ongoing dialogue with you guys. I would not be more excited to just be playing the game in basically silence. Bonus image number 5. Yeah, we haven't really seen where, I guess it's in the unlocked menu. I'm not sure where we can view the unlocked images. Yeah, me going on hour-long rants on completely unrelated topics is that is a feature, not a bug. That is That is what people tell me that they keep coming back for. And I can only trust them. MI6. Alright, so this one I guess is also like just like this one. It doesn't have a, it's not a mission, it's like a briefing kind of thing. It's cool. So yeah, this is like, we're done with the opening act basically. So this is where the game kind of starts. Let me just double check now. If we go to the unlock menu, gadgets, bonus, and cheats. So can we... Whoa. So I thought I would be looking at this picture, and then I press circle, and it's Heidi Klum in the recording booth. Okay, so it's like a series of things included in the same, like, package bundle deal. Or, well, 2 images at least. Yeah, I guess that's that first level. So weird, there's like a picture of an actor and the actual image that was relevant. That's sick though. I mean, I love having a concept art and stuff. Like anything to give you a little peek into the development of a game is always exciting. I guess we may never know who this is supposed to be, or maybe we'll come across a character with this outfit and we'll figure it out from there. Yes, Tsumio Kiku. Yeah, so you press the circle button and you hear the voiceover. So in the cheats, is this where we get... No, it's probably under bonus. It would make more sense. Yeah, so we have like artworks. But we also have like characters. So I assume we get like it's like a 3D model viewer of those characters. Hopefully we'll get to some of those. All right, let's go to MI6.
.007, welcome back.
Nice to see you again, Em.
Excellent work rescuing Dr. Nadanova, 007.
We see Colin
However,
Salmon
we have a
somewhere.
new
I'm pretty sure
crisis
he's not
on
in
our
it, but he
hands.
should be.
We've lost contact with 003. He was in Peru investigating Nikolai Diavolo, a KGB
The
agent
holographic
so
projector
ruthless
from
that the KGB itself tried to have him
World's Not
terminated.
Enough.
Unfortunately, they failed.
Diavolo's control, his teacher, was Max Zorin.
Yes, we once played bridge together. He lost.
We believe 003's life may be in danger.
I'm on my way to Peru.
And don't forget to stop by Q Branch on your way out.
Oh, hell yeah. Characters look really impressive. It's like, they look pretty great.
Good morning, Q.
Ah, 007, we have some new equipment for you. Have you met my new assistant, Miss Nagai?
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
And you won't if I have any say in the matter. Now, pay attention, 007.
This is your remote control spider cam. You can use it to scout ahead.
A spy disguised as a spider? Frightening. Thanks for the tip.
Strobe grenades. You can use them to blind your enemies.
Brilliant.
And this is your new dart gun. It knocks your enemies out instead of killing them.
How thoughtful.
Now, 007, do try to return this equipment in pristine condition.
I'll do my best.
That's what I was afraid of.
Well, they couldn't quite spring for mocap, I guess. The animation's a little questionable there. But a full-on proper, like, Q branch scene is pretty sick. Alright, we're transitioning to full CG here. No new couches so far, but... Alright, okay. Full CG of them exiting the elevator, that's it.
Introduce you, 007, to the Triumph Daytona 600 motorcycle, the Q bike. These are now standard issue for all 00 agents and feature front-mounted rapid-fire rockets. There's
That's
also
sick.
a weapons storage compartment in the front fairing for when things get up close and personal. And we've counterweighted it to give the rider the ability to lay the bike flat, thereby avoiding any low-hanging obstacles. I expect to see this returned in perfect condition, 007. I mean it.
Seems like you'd get tired of asking at this point, but I guess it's part of the protocol. All right, there we go. We cleared the mission. Sick. Dude, how fucking awesome is that? Like, I love that this game is like... I've talked previously about games like understanding the assignment, and I think this is the game that's like properly reaching like the correct heights with regards to understanding the assignment of making a James Bond game. Like, I'd be shocked if this game does not reach the top of the Bond quotient ranking. Like, will it hit every single mark? I mean, I don't know, probably not. There's going to be a few things that it's going to miss, because I think there's even very few movies that would check off every single thing. But the fact that it's not only like checking the boxes, it's like doing a very thorough and proper job of it. Like, do we have M briefing in this game? Yeah, there's a lot of games that have some form of M briefing. How many games feature a scene of James Bond visiting the MI6 headquarters to sit down in M's office to have a conversation where M will brief Bond on what's going on? Not many. How many games then feature a scene of Bond like walking over to Q Branch to get a demonstration of gadgets, especially with like some lighthearted, jokey dialogue? Like, again, not many. So the fact that they not only include, I mean, the opening credits, the gun barrel, the theme song, like everything like that is, there are no half measures in any of it, which I think is like the great thing. Yeah, I mean, I expect this game, I mean, and none of that is terribly surprising. It's like really nice to see, and I wasn't, you know, I wouldn't take for granted that we would get a scene like the one we just saw, but just from like knowing the fact that they've got the actors and the theme song, like many things like that were, at least on paper, known to me before I started playing it. But seeing the game in action and experiencing it, it's very fun and cool to see that it's delivering so well on all those things. It hasn't really fumbled any of it. The game itself is not as faultless, I think. It's a little rough around the edges, and there's some clumsy aspects, but it's very cool and it's very endearing, and any of the issues I've had with it have been very easy to overlook because it's still a very enjoyable experience. But I think still, like, even conceptually, and setting aside the stuff that it's like cool because it's like checks off all the Bond quotient checklist you know, boxes, having the variety of missions and having the game sort of play as well as it does, like there's a fun degree of spectacle, it's a cool game. It's even levels like like this one we had to replay many times. It was fun. It hasn't been like a frustrating experience. Now, you know, it might get way more difficult later on, I don't know, but so far, like, I have a hard time imagining this landing anywhere lower than A rank on my tier list. But I think it's at this point very likely to end up in the S tier. And I think that it will, at least so far, I'd be shocked if this is not the highest Bond quotient of all games so far. But it's also exciting because I think, on the one hand, like, this game, it kind of goes all out, but there's also been a gradual increase in sort of budget / effort / ambition over the past several games. You know, Agent Under Fire had a fair amount of these things in it, but it also is a game that felt like super half-baked and rushed, which it kind of was. And that was kind of true for some of the other like previous 3D Bond games as well. But I think from this point forward, if you look at the stuff that came out on like the 360, I'd never expect it to be as half-baked as something like, let's say, Agent Under Fire. I would reckon that some of the games that are in like the Daniel Craig era aren't going to be as cute with a lot of these things as this game is, or that game's in the. I mean, it's just a reflection of the Daniel Craig era versus the Pierce Brosnan era. But I would expect to see a game sort of having an opening credit sequence, for example. I wouldn't say that I would expect that as a given, but it's going to be like more forgivable of a game of a certain time period. But when we kind of get past this point, the expectations are just a little higher, I guess. So I expect this game to stand out and be a front runner so far, but I also think that the gap will probably be a little narrower once we, you know, look at some of the other games. Like From Russia with Love, I'm sure will also have a lot of that stuff. 007 Legends, which is the final game, is like, you know, James Bond's greatest hits, basically. So that's definitely a game where there's opportunity to jam pack it with a lot of sort of referential stuff. So it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, so far this game is has been a highlight and continues to be a highlight. All right, Serena Saint-Germain. She's a character we saw in the character introductions in the manual, so I guess we'll get to see her in the game now and drive a car. There's a full-on like actual mission that's like just the briefing. It's so sick. That one we could easily go back and play with Japanese voices just to hear the cutscenes.
Contact in Peru was geologist Serena Saint-Germain. She may have an idea of his whereabouts. Check in at 003's safe house for a clue to her location.
It's Bond!
All right, okay, getting right into it, I guess. All right, I should make a habit to check this for Bond move hints or objectives. It doesn't actually say anything about a Bond hint. Just basically don't hurt innocent civilians, which, you know, good advice. I'll try my best. I'll try my best to have the innocent people of Peru left in one piece.
You must not let that henchman report your position. Find a way to stop him.
Don't forget, 007, your Q cloak
Oops.
will make you invisible for a short time only.
007, you must locate Serena Saint-Germain. There may be a clue as to her whereabouts at 003's base of operations.
Struggling a little with the control. Well, I'm trying to drift here. All right. Kind of interesting. We got a little bit of an open map here. Oh boy. Okay, I thought that was some kind of missile launcher or something, but nope. I'm supposed to stealth my way in here. I'm probably welcome, right? I mean, that's an objective marker. Oh, I can get out of the car. Oh, okay. Kind of cool. Haven't run around as Bond in a while. Animation's a little... Pandora?
Yes?
Jack? Thank God. It's Serena. I was so worried. Meet me. I'm at the Hotel Americano.
Right.
And watch out for the local police. They're not who they seem to be.
Is anyone?
Like, it just walks... hi, hello? Yep, okay. So, our vertical controls are indeed still flipped. That's fine. Now they're not.
007.
Oh, there's a
We
timer.
learned that Serena's line at the hotel was tapped. She is in grave danger. It's imperative you get there as quickly as you can.
Off to a great start. Sounds pretty good. Very believable.
007, you are not advised to engage the local patrols. Avoidance is the best policy here. Keep your weapons disengaged.
Okay. Aha! Okay, I thought those were more like planks. My plan did not quite work out. I didn't realize that. Ooh, whoa! Holy shit! I did not think we'd get to continue. Alright. So I guess we take this path instead. This is kind of fascinating.
The Cayenne's GPS map has been modified to call out local patrols, 007. Do your best to stay out of their way.
Evade police. Trying to figure out the braking. I mean, the map's like not gigantic, so I'm sure the time is reasonably generous enough. Oh, there's people. All right, that's fine. Where am I going?
Don't forget 007.
Oh shit! I thought that was a jump. That'd be sick. I was like, wait, hang on. It was not. Yeah, it's fine.
You'll need to lose that tail if you're to meet up with Miss Saint-Germain.
Okay. There's a lot going on here. Can I lose my tail like that? Oh, it doesn't work. Mission failed. But yeah, I noticed before on the other levels too that the like restarts were like instant, which is awesome. Better take a ride up here. Full screen map is probably the wiser idea.
The Cayenne's GPS map has been modified.
I thought Q was gonna yell at me, but
007. Do your best to stay out of their way.
this mission might be a little obnoxious, but once we figure out where to go, I mean, literally cannot be longer than 4 minutes. So, fine. I do kind of wish I could pause and just inspect the map, because there's nothing, I can't, like, look at the map. Yeah, head to Hotel Americano, avoid police. Or avoid the guards or whatever. Mr. Fui, by the way. Hello, greetings, nice to see you. Almost thought it came back to a Yakuza game. Dude, I'm so fucking stoked to see IO's Bond game. Not that I expect it to be that exactly, but I'm excited to see whatever it's going to be. I reckon it's going to be walking around in third person and doing all kinds of interesting stuff, at least. Wait, Bond action? What did it say? Oh, wait, are we getting different hints? Yeah, just like use the handbrake to take tight corners. Cloaking will recover slowly, bit by bit. Okay. More hints. As you can call... Huh. There's an entrance or whatever for the remote car. Yeah, something to do with the remote control car. I think it's, yeah, in the second floor of the fireworks shop. I'm just curious to see if I can get the... yeah, don't... avoid combat with the tanks. Trying to get the... Yeah, there we go. Bond action. Oh, yeah. Use the fireworks store. Okay, cool. So maybe... I guess we just fire a rocket at the fireworks store? I'm assuming we're gonna shoot off a bunch of fireworks for some sort of distraction or some such. So I'm assuming here... Oh, I can't pause. That I'm supposed to take the long way around. But that's how I...
Don't forget, 007, your Q cloak will make you invisible for a short time only.
Got through. Oh my god. Nope. Well, I'm not going that way either, I guess. So, hang on. A boom! Alright, it looks like fireworks. Can I, like, get out of the car? Nope. It's like a puzzle. Because I'm assuming that thing we're looking at to the left of the map is also,
Bond, you'll need to lose
tanks.
that tail if you're to meet up with Miss Saint-Germain.
Alright, that's fine. I was curious if I could, like, fire a rocket at the... I mean, that's the fireworks shop. I'm obviously not too terribly concerned about the cops there. I just want to see... Ah, so I can just, like, bypass... Can I? Nope. But it seems like I can kind of get around that guard post. Yeah, but this is consistent, I think, in a way with my previous experience with this game too, in that the level of challenge and the level of like finickiness, the level of trickiness to understanding exactly what the game wants of you is gonna differ a bit from mission to mission. But even so, the fact that the levels are short, and especially the fact that for this level, like I said, up until this point, I don't think we'd seen like a checkpoint. But the fact that we didn't have to redo that first part of the level every time is like such a nice quality of life kind of thing. So it's a little hard, the map. Yeah, this doesn't really help. It's a little bit tricky to see. Like, it's so small, it's hard to see what's what. Oh boy.
Don't forget, 007, your Q cloak will make you
Yeah, I know.
for a short time only.
Bond, you'll need to lose that tail if you're to meet up. You'll need to find a way past that roadblock. Perhaps one of Q's gadgets can help you create a distraction.
I see. Okay, so I was supposed to drive here and get that hint. Where did he go? Okay. Ah. I see. Okay. Oh boy. This is pretty sick though, I gotta say. Oh, that's a cool effect. I'm getting like caught on the wall. I'm trying to turn. Is there an entrance or something here? Yeah, this looks suspicious. Alright, okay, cool.
Well done, 007. Now get up that hill and rendezvous with Miss Saint-Germain.
Bond move. There we go. All right, 52 seconds. Might not be enough. Are we getting a gold medal for this? Oh, I fucking knew it. Well, our battery's full at least. Wait, did I see a blue thing over there? We make it. The map's like so zoomed out and tiny. It's like very hard to see. And like the arrow takes up like, it's like 3 times wider than the road. Kind of weird.
Serena Saint-Germain. I'm James Bond. You were working with a friend of mine.
Jack? So that was you on the phone.
Do you know where he is?
He went off to investigate some platinum I discovered near a fortress outside of town. That's the last I saw of him.
I stay for a drive. Why don't you show me the way?
Oh, okay. Guess we're not done. I'm surprised.
All the police here answer to Diavolo. He controls everything in this town.
All right, head to the whatever. Are we allowed to use weapons now? I'm assuming that was a checkpoint, but
Go left here.
okay, yeah, we're fine, I guess. Fine, I'll go invisible. We'll never figure out where to shoot. The invisibility effect actually looks pretty sick, by the way. Alright, where are we going? Not this way. Right. Alright, there we go. I used a lot of missiles there. Actually do have a limited supply. This way, I guess. Might. This isn't where we're going. I was gonna say, it didn't seem like, even if I'm allowed to engage with tanks, it didn't seem like I was supposed to necessarily. All these little market stalls made for me to
Did you hear a noise?
blow up, drive through, but a skillful driving. Oh, never mind. This is a cool environment to drive through, by the way.
Look out!
Like, as far as a car-based set piece, aside from the fact that we're firing a million missiles blowing shit up, has some interesting kind of flavor to it beyond just like driving in a flat road or through a city or whatever, following someone. You can imagine this being an adaptation of a, you know, scene from a Bond film for sure. What was that?
Hold on.
3 FPS action shot. Pretty sick though. We won't need the map. I was just about to say, was I supposed to make that jump? Well, let's see where we restart. Okay, yeah, we'll start from here. That's not too bad.
All the police here answer to Diavolo. He controls everything in this town. Take a right here.
Like directing me like she's Sam Jackson in Die Hard trilogy. That's pretty sick.
Go left here.
Did you hear something?
Hear something? Nope. Not the sound of a car driving by. Whoops. Turned my invisibility off the moment I went into his field of view. Yeah, we made it here a lot faster and simpler. Sighted? I think not.
Straight along this road.
Damn it. There we go. Thank you for locking on properly.
Did you hear a noise?
That's pretty satisfying, I have to say. Yeah, when we hit this, that's like triggering the cutscene. Alright, maybe I'll have to use the analog stick acceleration to make sure I get full power.
Veer left, 007. It's your only chance.
Hold on.
Because I've been using the base buttons to accelerate, but because they're analog, you have to really... It's kind of difficult to get max acceleration, but I'm just jamming the right stick upwards here. Hope for the best. That's pretty cool. Dude, the power of the Porsche Cayenne Turbo.
You won't be able to drive up to the front gate, 007.
How is that not a Bond move?
Alternate route to get in.
Looks like an alternate route. That was cool. I don't think we got many Bond moves, but that's okay. I feel like you should get one for stealthily sneaking past cars. But maybe I fucked up and uncloaked too quickly afterwards. Yeah, 169,000 is pretty much our worst score so far. I guess we got 1 out of 2 Bond moves. I guess we could have gotten a lot more points for destroying more enemies. 30% weapon efficiency isn't great. I guess we kind of did okay. Wait, hang on. I just realized... Oh, you can actually see a list. I didn't realize. Oh, wow. Okay. So it says press triangle for detailed information. I think I looked at this. Yeah, I did this at some point in the previous mission, and it gives you the time. So like target time is 6:40. We were 1 minute 28 seconds over that, which means I guess we get 500, like 100,000 is the max bonus, and we get a 500 per second. Like, what's the word? Penalty. So we got 44,000. We got penalized 44,000 points, not from our actual score, but from the bonus we can receive for time. So we got 56,000 out of 100,000. So that's not a great time bonus either, actually. But yeah, I didn't realize that the details is per thing. So I can look at how they've calculated the weapon efficiency score, the accuracy score, and the Bond moves. It actually shows you like which one you did and didn't get. This is awesome to get a proper hint for this. Like, I'm so impressed with how this game improves on the kind of scoring formula from the past couple of games. I liked this in Nightfire when I played that back in the day. That's the only one of these games that I had back then and that I played. One of the few Bond games really in general that I played. And I always thought the Bond moves were a sick idea. I loved the scoring system. But when you're like trying to chase after the Bond moves, it can be kind of tedious to try to figure out where they are. This game does give you those little hints when you're playing, but the fact that you can actually see this as well. Now, granted, this doesn't exactly tell me what it is, but for some of the other levels, the hints might be a little clearer, or at the very least tells you like where something is. That's cool. That's very cool. and it like shows you how many of them there are. Awesome. Okay, so I don't remember what it said for the gold threshold, but I wouldn't be shocked if we didn't make it. All right, we did. Interesting. I mean, I guess that's the one thing that's missing, and that all these games have been a little bit weird about that. That it doesn't give us a clear cut, like, what are the actual requirements for each of the medals. It tells us how much we need for gold before the mission, I guess. But it's kind of weird that it doesn't specify the other medals, or if there is some place we can actually see a clear-cut list of it, it's a little unclear where that is. Anyway, man, I like, this game made a strong first impression aside from the frame rate, but I'm kind of liking it more and more, which is pretty impressive. That's pretty cool. Well, I mentioned that we've been keeping a pretty casual pace through the first stream. I guess we're we're not advancing much more quickly today, but technically we have cleared 3 more missions. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of the supposed 30 plus. So there's a lot of game still left. I mean, we're still kind of in the beginning. Yeah, 150,000 for gold on this level as well. See how that goes. But before that, I think it's time for a little break. Been going for more than 2 hours, so I should probably stand up and stretch a little bit. And if you've been sitting on your ass all day, like I mostly have, maybe you should too. But I'll leave that up to your discretion. In any case, I'll be taking a short break. After a couple of minutes, I will return, and we shall check out the next mission. See what that's all about. Be with you guys in just a little bit. All right. Having some weird capture stuff happening, but I think we're good. I think we're good. All right, timer. Okay, we are not good apparently. Let me try doing this. Usually puts us enough with the capture for it to stop complaining for a little bit at least. Timer resumed. Let's continue. More train tracks, more rockets, it looks like. Let's see what's in store.
Stay back.
What are we gonna do?
You're gonna take cover near those tanks.
And you? What about the guards?
I don't think they'll mind.
Second guy is like started falling over before he got shot, it felt like, but all right.
Bond, by hacking into their computer system, we have reason to believe 003 might be imprisoned somewhere atop that cliff. Hurry, 007. You're our only hope.
Scale a cliff. All right. Yep, get to the top. Bond action hint. Cause a big explosion. Sounds good to me. I feel like I have to like, wait, what are the controls? I don't remember anything. I feel like it's been a while since we did on foot stuff. I remember getting confused about the controls constantly, so let me double check. Oh yeah, that's right. Left or right would go into this like freeze frame, bond sense, weapon select stuff. Circle, yeah, it says Tobi Komu, which kind of sounds like it's a jump button, but it's like a evasive roll. X action slash reload, or use gadgets if you have one equipped. Oh, that's right. Square and triangle is for punching. Melee combat, which is kind of cool, but also likely to get you killed. L1, hold L1 to lock on to targets. Right, that's like the important thing, I guess. R1 to shoot. That's right. L2 is crouching and R2 is hugging a wall. And I remember getting constantly confused about that. Select for thermovision, that's right. Okay, yeah. Memory refreshed. Kind of getting used to the controls here.
Don't you move!
Stealth not quite necessary, I guess. Just yet. I was gonna say, I guess that guy has seen me, but maybe not the other guy. Oh, that's right, there's like the manual aiming. That is such a cool system. It's like a little bit finicky, but you lock on, and then within the reticle you can like move. Do manual aim. You get headshots and what have you. Ouch! A direct hit. Yeah, that did a lot of damage. It's fucking taking a grenade to the stomach. That's pretty rough. So we do have the dart gun. Oh yeah, the strobe or the frag grenade. We have 4 Q spiders. Repel. We got so much shit. Good thing we can at least like pause the game while we're changing things around. Is there a lever here somewhere? I guess not. Someplace else we didn't go. There's usually like some kind of button prompt. I guess we technically didn't go in here. Back to where we came from. Oh wait, I was gonna say no rappelling. Well, maybe I can rappel in that shaft. If I can, yeah, that seems likely. Unless, seems like I should be able to operate this thing, but I guess we can. Go. That guy's fucking stunned diving into action. It was pretty sick. Okay, reload's a little funky looking, but alright, I'm getting the hang of this. That's an elevator I can operate. Probably going to take us up, but okay, we can go up here. That's a Bond move. Find out. Little clunky to switch. Like you're having to wait for the animation for him to draw it before you can lock on and target and stuff. Armor. Okay. Up in efficiency is not going to be great there, but it was worth it for the armor. Automatic repel when you go down, very satisfying. I like the graphics in this game a lot.
Hoist controls. I'm gonna have to get up there another way.
Correct, 007. Look for an old junction box. It's part of the mine's original wiring structure, hidden somewhere in the cliffs.
What does it say? Something about making an uplink connection to 003. So, I mean, maybe it was up here and I just ignored it because I didn't realize to look for it. Level design is not like open and sprawling, which I appreciate. The car level, funnily enough, was more open and sprawling. No, that doesn't seem to be it. Maybe I... Oh, well. Up here? I was gonna say, maybe I should just deploy a Q spider, find out where I'm going. Or I'm just going up here. I probably should have saved that, but... Ouch. Seen that coming. I think yellow means I'm kind of out of range. Okay. That was kind of cool. I guess I'm shooting this thing. Doesn't seem very effective. I don't think I can squeeze through here. Oh. Alright. Completed a mission of taking down an antenna, or an objective, which I didn't realize I had. But there we go. Objective completed. Okay, running low on ammo. Oh, shit. The handgun's having, like, shockingly low rate of fire. Feels terrible, unfortunately. But other than that, like, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on with the shooting in this game. Lock-on is also a little, I wouldn't say unreliable, but it's definitely a bit finicky, that's for sure. Excited to figure out where I can cause a big explosion. Bats.
Bond, this is the perfect opportunity to use your thermographic vision.
Thank you. This effect looks really sick, too. Ouch. My health.
Trap, Bond. Be careful.
Sick. I don't know what gave me that Bond move exactly, but... Take it. Maybe because we've just found a hidden armor refill. Looks so good. Oh shit. How are they seeing me? They have fucking thermovision too? Ouch. I'm trying to... Can I draw a gun, please? Yeah, there we go. Lock on, please. Ugh. The lock on? Yeah, fucking instant restart. Alright, let's skip that. The, yeah, the way the lock on is just, like, weirdly unresponsive sometimes. It just feels kind of inconsistent in a way that just doesn't feel great. I feel like I should be able to stealth. Well, maybe not by standing here. No. That works. Yeah, I guess if I take this other path. It's so funny how like one enemy has seen me but the other one hasn't. Yeah. Things go wrong, it can be a little clumsy. Alright, so there's grenade guy over there. I guess I have... Try this, I guess. No, wait, what? I'm trying to deploy a spider. No, whoops. So can I press X to equip this? There we go. Helvetica scenario, greetings. Okay. Crawl back, I'm not sure what happened there. Also, I'm probably misremembering because I thought you could detonate the spider. I guess it doesn't matter if there isn't anyone there, but but I thought if there's a guy crouching behind that cart chucking grenades, I'd like him taken care of, but I guess not a factor. Oh, okay, I retrieved the spider, it just stayed there. Aiming, man. Or the whoa. And the drawing and holstering of guns is also a little... Gets a little awkward because you have to like wait for the animation of it. Get this. Objective. Yeah, I love the graphics. Like, I wish the frame rate was better. It might be a little bit better on Xbox. I reckon there are probably ways to use emulators to get at least a more solid frame rate, if I had to guess. But I think they strike a wonderful balance between like realism and like really nice depictions of the actors. Like the likenesses are great, but also, I mean, in some cases you have stuff like the animation looking a little bit funky in places in a way that isn't, to me, like great. But there's also not like, even if it's not a matter of art direction necessarily, like just by matter of the graphical fidelity, it doesn't look like, if the same game with the same art direction, if it had been on like 360, I feel like I wouldn't have liked the look of it as much, because it would have like very generic kind of normal map sort of shading of know, whatever standard kind of look you would expect of a game of that era. So there is something about it that I find really appealing. But they also, like, they do really nice work within the boundaries, like all the baked lighting, which I'm assuming most of it is just kind of vertex colors. Although there's clearly light map textures also, but like it's just done really well. It's nice to look at for sure. I can't lock onto this guy yet. Very annoying. I'm trying to shoot. There we go. Let me shoot. Was this the dark tunnel down here? I think so. I never went up here last time, did I? Well, there's a bond move waiting to be collected down here. That's this game. I mean, not in how it plays or anything, or not even specifics of how it looks either, but just something about the presentation and how kind of impressed I am with it. Reminds me a bit of Batman Begins, which is a game I really like, and I think a game that looks...
Trap, Bond. Be careful.
Crap. I really like that game. I remember liking it when it came out and I played it, and when I replayed it for my Batman project, I was kind of blown away. I liked it even better. That's definitely an underrated Batman game in my opinion. Run over to check on their friend's corpse, not bothering with the guy who actually shot him standing 2 feet away. That's pretty... Because that's another game that just like really does so much cool stuff with like lighting and textures, and like does an awesome job of getting like a realistic look that captures the, you know, the feeling of the movie, but also can I not? Oh yeah. Like without looking flat and boring. I think it's a cool game, and just talking about it now kind of makes me want to revisit it. This, oh boy. Like, oh, I have a rocket launcher now. It's a little awkward. Nope. I'm not really... Okay, the other guy's probably not gonna... Well, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Automatic repelling. A little too good. There we go. Oh, fuck's sake. As soon as I take cover on this side, the other guy start... Okay. I don't know if this is the Bond move they're looking for, but... Oh, alright. Alright, I didn't realize you could do this. This is pretty sick. So I could identify as something that I could explode here, for example, but... That works. Lock on, please. There we go. Yep, that seems explosive. Sick. I fucked it up, but I still get the Bond move.
Good heavens, 007, that was enough noise to waken the dead.
Got him. Alright, that was a thing in here. Looks like a radio connection, something or other.
Bond, you're running out of time. You must find that uplink device and install it, so we can help you find 003.
I have to install a device here. Right. Making sure I can't lock onto this or anything. Nope. You. That usually means guys. Huh? Oh, there's armor. Take that. Wait, what the heck? He repelling in from nowhere? Sometimes the tracers from the enemy bullets are really confusing. It's a little hard to tell where you're being... from where you're being shot at. Like, I scroll over to the repel gun and then I press the aim button to switch. That's kind of cool. You can like stun them by shooting them and then walk up and punch them. That's kind of interesting. Okay, armor, nice. Rockets. Wait, what? Oh, these are bottles. Uplink device.
I found 003's uplink, but not 003.
Complete his mission, 007. Find a
That looks
junction box and install
suspicious
that
of like some kind of torture room. No bond move for kicking over a table here, huh? I think I can... yeah, I can toss a bottle there. Oh, we got the uplink. I was gonna say, surely there's gonna be new enemies, right? Ouch. Weirdly enough, the MP5K feels like it had like more stopping power than the AK, but whatever. Mostly the guns are sometimes just a bit sluggish to like start shooting. Crouch! There we go. Sorry for yelling. Probably gonna be the guys out in the open here, or to my sides. I'm not sure. I like the sort of Virtua Cop style colored circles, or like the reticles that sort of help you determine like the state, like whether they're alive or dead. Okay, I hacked the thing.
Good job, Bond.
Oh, that's right. If you melee enough dudes, you get like a power mode, engage, whatever. That's the little Bond icon. Wait, what's the... oh, reach the top. Oh, do I go back to that elevator now? I didn't quite understand how the 003 uplink was connected to that, but... yes. Try that. I think that was over here. Because yeah, this was down... yeah, the shadowy tunnel. Oh boy, I was gonna say, I'm sure there's guys here. Oh, I can crouch. Oh. Sick. Oh my god. I can shoot the floor. Waste that so I don't have to simply swap to it. Hope I didn't need that rocket launcher for something else. I guess I probably got it to shoot at that explosive thing. Although I guess... well, good thing I saved this. Okay, well, we got a new armor here anyway. What was that X button? Where? Oh, okay. That for... well, we're at full health. I really like the simple linear level design too. Oh yeah, the elevator was back here. That's right. Special targets to shoot or anything. I can't lock on, so I guess I lost track of him. I saw there was a guy down there. Well, there we go. Oh, I still couldn't lock on for some reason. Kind of cool. You like disarm him first attack. Kind of weird you walk up to them and they like counter your first attack. Doesn't feel great, but
Upward and onward, 007. 003's life may be hanging in the balance.
just fading out M, playing her off the stage. Is that the mission complete? Or is there more? Oh, there we go. 2 out of 4 bond moves, huh? I missed quite a bit. 179 means we cleared gold. 12% weapon efficiency. Oh, yeah, but again, I just love that you can see how the score's calculated. So 12% times 1,000. Yeah, I could have gotten a lot better here, huh? But yeah, it's difficult to get a good accuracy score. 46 enemies. Oh shit. Stealth kills are worth 8,000. Octol. Melee is 4,000. Others is 2,000. So I wonder if that's guys who I exploded. And 38 by weapon. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure we killed... No, that's right. I didn't actually kill anyone with the big explosion. But I did kill those 2 guys with the rocket launcher, and then I killed the guys down the hall with rocket launcher. So probably I killed them. Either rocket launcher just counts as other regardless. But I imagine it might have been the case where I hit the wall with the explosion, and the explosion killed them. So technically my projectile that I fired out of my gun didn't kill them. Either way, it gave us a few extra 1,000 points. So let's look at the bond. I'm going to want to look at this every mission. Oh, okay. So there's a Q Spider one for sure. Ah, maybe we picked up a rocket launcher. Yeah, this must be the thing that we collected this in that dark area, and I didn't notice we collected it, so that's why I was confused why it was a bond move. It's like we got armor, but no, we got a hidden rocket launcher. That makes a little bit more sense. We exploded this. Guess we could have stealthed a guy. I'm assuming these are in like chronological order. I'm not sure I recognize these like slopes, so I'm not sure where this would have been. But you might have been able to just send a Q Spider off at the very beginning and found some alternate path or something. This is so sick. This makes me like want to go back, and again, because the levels are nice and short, it doesn't feel too bad to just fuck around and exploring and test, like doing a run regardless of like not worrying about doing well, just to make sure that you kind of figure out what these bond moves are. I even commented on it when we were playing through Nightfire, how like it's sick that you have the bond moves, and it's kind of fun that when you're redoing a like post gold completion of a level to get the 007 tokens for the platinum medal, that like you'll have to spend some time exploring and messing around a bit to try and find them, but because it like you don't really have anything to go on, and the levels are big enough that it like doesn't feel super great. It's not that like it, I don't know, for me anyway, I didn't love the feeling of going back, and like conceptually it's kind of cool to figure out all the bond moves, but just like going in blind and redoing a level a bunch of times in the hope of finding them, like stumbling on them when the levels are like, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 minutes long, or maybe even longer. But when you have hints and it's like 3 minutes, yeah, it's a much easier pill to swallow. In fact, it's not even a pill to swallow, really. It's more like candy. I don't know. It's nice. Well, we got the gold medal anyway. Let's see what we unlocked. Bonus artwork. That's it. All right. And yeah, I guess I didn't look super closely, but I think the bonus stuff, just like the cheats, they're not tied to specific levels, but just the amount of medals you get. Like fuzz bottles. I don't know. Maybe there's like, maybe it's like a hard candy. It's kind of like a pill, and it is tough to swallow, but it's nice and sweet if you just savor it. That's the best stupid analogy I can think of off the cuff. Yeah, it's cool though to see, like, even though there's some finickiness to the controls and how certain mechanics work for sure, there's a lot of system kind of mechanics and stuff that feel well thought out and refined based on previous games. All right, so it looks like we're stepping things up. Gold medals now require 175,000, which we would have just barely cleared here, but yeah, looking at our score, wow, we got 150. Like, the gold, I think the gold medal was actually significantly lower on this one. I don't think it was 150,000, but yeah, I expected we would simply reach a point soon enough where we would stop getting gold medals. That was very much the case in Nightfire. Gold on every level, first try for a while, then silver, then a bronze, and then we basically finished the game, I think. At least it's not like fucking lunatic GBA Nightfire, where there's a scoring system and a medal system, but you need to get the... I don't know if you needed a gold medal or how it worked, but the equivalent. Like, you needed to do a perfect run or, like, get a great score in a medal in order to proceed to the next mission. I thought that was really stupid. Anyway, I keep sort of losing track a little bit of what the plot is, because I keep getting sidetracked, but that's okay. I'm enjoying it nonetheless. We were looking for 003. We're still in the basically the midst of the same mission, right? We're riding up the elevator. The actual briefing we got from M seems like a million years ago, but yeah, we're going to Peru. Serena Saint Germain was like 003's last contact, and we're going here to investigate his or her, whoever it is, their disappearance, I suppose. And I reckon we'll bump into Willem Dafoe soon enough. All right, let's do it. Level agent. We might just get thrown right into it. Yep. Can't stick to the wall when I'm crouched, I guess. I don't know. But surely this is... Okay, so I can probably distract guys by throwing this. I can do like a quick takedown. Do that also. Ah, he fucking saw me. Well, that worked. Oh, I guess. Wow, I'm full. You can't really carry that much ammo. Kind of interesting. Big. Two. Cable kicking. I'm expecting not to do stealth forever here, so. Wait, was I John? Didn't realize. Looks pretty cool. All right, search for 003. And infiltrate the pyramid or whatever. Bond action. Find. What are those kanji? Aim, attack, hand. Is that a person? Maybe it's a... I don't know. We're looking for a room. Finding some kind of hidden... Ooh, oh, okay. Guys all around here, I guess. Fuck, I was not... I wasn't ready for the wrench to go flying.
He's dead! Intruder!
Alright, okay, I mean that... Not perfect stealth, but it works well enough. Alright, count him. We got one bond move for stealthing our way through a room. I'm happy with that. Alright, do we rappel up here? Seems reasonable. Hey, that's even a bond move. Wait, that's armor. Got a sniper rifle. This game's pretty sick. Oh boy. No. Okay, there was like a half-second delay on that. That didn't feel great. He ran away, right? I didn't hit him. Yep. The fuck? Am I hitting the thing I'm... Whatever. Probably a bit of a waste, but... I figured I wanted to... Oh, hello. Fuel Kano can be used. No, I'm trying to target. Okay. Holgek, like he's in the middle of attacking. So cool, you get this like advanced readout. Cool. I was just trying to switch weapons. Oh. And I accidentally went into Bond vision mode. Oh. Oh, this whole thing was like a bonus area. I see. Maybe that was the Bond move that I got hinted, like looking for that room. Bond action. Use the spider to get through a narrow crevasse of some kind. Yeah, I'm not going to be like observant to that kind of stuff, and I won't think to like use the spider naturally anyway. Man, I should remember to walk up and punch them and suplex them or whatever when they're stunned like that. Crouching is so, like, you tap the crouch button 3 times and it's like you might crouch, but you might not. It's definitely a bit weird. Guys just keep coming back. Can press a switch over there somewhere. I want to see what that does. Guys, I sniped, I guess. Looks interesting. Yeah, I can't like manually aim without locking onto something. So yeah, I guess I'm not likely expected to shoot. Maybe that switch activates the minecart and it busts down that wall. That yeah, that's the thing right there with the switch. Man, just like swinging the camera around this frame rate is a little off-putting. Yeah, that's the switch. I need to swap around. Can I? There we go. Actually, what does it say? Repel point. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Oh, I guess I drop down here first. Back. Ooh, rocket launcher. Rocket launcher, like, is pretty... You get it pretty frequently. It's not that, like, exclusive of a weapon. But that's good. You know, encourages you to actually use them. It doesn't feel like it's like a super rare thing where you're, like, afraid to even try to use it. Can this be a maze level? I mean, a little bit. But there's pretty much... You know, there's not a lot in terms of branching paths, so it's not really... Like, I rely too much on the lock-on. I need to, like, remember that you actually have to also aim. I think that's where a lot of my shit accuracy comes from. I lock on and just keep shooting, expecting the game to actually lock on, like, in a way that actually hits, but that's not a given. You have to actually, in many cases, do a little bit of aiming to make sure that, like, because you're just getting a general... Like, you have to see that that dot actually is, like, on the dude. Otherwise, you're not gonna hit. And, like, there, I hit him with the first shot, but I fired, like, 4 more bullets. I wasn't expecting to hit. Shit. I'm pretty much dead here. Oh, yeah, the one-handed hip firing that just happens sometimes. Pretty funny. Alright, yeah, you take damage really fucking quickly when you get shot at by like 4 dudes. Okay, there's armor there, that's good. Yeah, so we were in fact working our way to that switch this whole time. I think that, yeah, this is where the rocket launcher dude was. I haven't seen any obvious places for a Q. Whoa! See, like, the way he, like, gets his first hit in doesn't seem like it matters if you sort of catch them off guard. Like, unless you hit, you know, stun lock them with the gun first, you're not getting that first hit. Pretty generous here with armors. Like, I wonder if I could have gotten up here the Q spider or something. Oh yeah, this is gonna crash that thing down. Okay, I see. I'm trying to lock on, but it didn't. It wouldn't let me. Where's my sniper rifle? There. Really move out of the way quickly enough. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. But it's just a repel point, yeah. I really don't like the way this screen is laid out. Oh, I have a silencer. Cool. Because you can't see what's to the right of the menu, and it's ambiguous how the scrolling works. It's just, like, weirdly confusing. They could have made some slight... Oh, okay, that looks Q-spidery. Right. Nope, that's... Okay, never mind. I thought there was something, like, hidden behind there. Little remote control. That's pretty sick. So this is gonna bring us back to where we were, right? Ah, except that's fucking full of dynamite, isn't it? Ah! Did I hit the guy? I heard a little grunt. Yeah, I guess we got him. Alright, that was pretty satisfying. Okay, cool. So, earlier on I would have expected that to be the end of the mission, but now I'm not so sure. Like, we had a 1 or 2 levels that were a bit longer. Okay, no, there we go. 2 out of 4 bond moves. 180,000. We just barely got gold again. 1029. Yeah, we took our time. Yeah, 0 points for that for sure. 2 minutes. Wow. Hey, I like that you see how this is calculated. Like, 0 points isn't like some arbitrary time. But, yeah. If you are there within 2 minutes, you get 50,000. But for every second over that, you lose 400 points. And we were a lot of seconds over that. So we got a 200,000 points deducted. But that's not deducted from our score. It's deducted from the bonus we get for the time. So we don't at least lose any other points. Which, by the way, GBA Nightfire did penalize you. If you took too long to clear a level, it actually deducted points from your score, which is pretty fucked up. Alright, so 50% accuracy, 20... Like, efficiency is terrible. All of our score basically comes from killing dudes with a decent addition from the bond moves. Yeah, so we found the sniper rifle that was going up that wall. I don't know where this is because this feels like it could be anywhere. But I guess once you get outside in that main area, you want to use the Q spider to get through somewhere. Yeah, so this was the stealth at the very beginning, and this is probably... Well, it might be the yeah, I think probably the area that was right underneath it, but afterward it. But that also means that these are not in chronological order necessarily, because this was the first one we got. Because once we took out the first 2 guys, I got the bond move, and then there were like a little stealth section outside with 2 or 3 more guys. Technically, there may have well been other places to stealth guys, but that seemed like the obvious like stealth section. So I'm guessing that's where you get this one. But yeah, it's a good thing we got 2 out of 4, because if we only got the 1, we would not have gotten gold. So we're getting by the skin of our teeth. Serena, all right, it's pretty cool. So this is not the outfit she wore previously, which, by the way, clearly was what that concept art was. Man, I wish we could get like a proper look at the models though. Like with the screen resolution and having them be that small on screen, there's like you can't really see any detail. Still cool, though. I wonder if yeah, we should look at the bonus. I guess we can look at a piece of concept art or 2. When you look at the gadgets, there's like the voiceover, right? I wonder if there's something like that for the characters. Probably not, but this is the first character we unlocked. So I'm curious to see what that entails. Agent Noshi. Death of an agent. Unlock. Let's look. Bonus. Helicopter weapon upgrade. Okay, so this becomes equipped by default. I'm guessing this is like the RC helicopter. It doesn't look like a real one. I guess that means that whenever we get to use an RC helicopter, it will now be upgraded in some way. Bonus picture 6. What's her name? Misaki Ito, I think, something like that. Japanese lady, I guess that's her. I mean, looks like her, so that makes sense. This is an odd picture, just a screenshot. I'm guessing this is the graveyard in New Orleans, which we're gonna get to later. Also, by the way, the plot and general mission progression seems extremely different from the GBA version. Like, I can see why the GBA version stripped out a lot of the plot, because like, and there's not a lot of sort of cutscene screenshots or anything, because this game, like, there's like very little overlap. Wait, can we... What? Like, equip or unequip? Is this like is this an alternate costume? Is that what this is? It's a little confusing here because This suru or shinai, which means do or don't. I guess when it says suru, it's activated, and shinai means that it's not. But it could also mean that, like, press this button to do this thing, meaning if it is activated, the command is press this button to deactivate. I guess what we can do is we'll do this and see if this means activate, and we'll replay the previous mission where she shows up in the intro to see if it does in fact change her model, if that is what this is. I don't know, but we'll try that. So that was, yeah, if we start this, he should be in the opening cutscene, right? It's fucking CG.
What are we gonna do?
Shit, I thought it was not. Alright. Nope. Oh, there's actually a mission restart as well as a quit option. That's cool. Well, I guess we'll keep that option the way it is, and the next time she's on screen, if she doesn't look different, then we'll go back and toggle that option to see if we can figure out how that works. 200,000 required for gold. All right, interesting. And then there's a tank level. Dude, I love the variety. Like, there's just no two missions that are the same, one after the other. It's awesome. Oh yeah, you can actually see your score report for previously cleared levels. That's also nice. So I like that a lot. All these little tiny but important things that I was kind of missing from previous games. All right, let's see whose death this is about. I'm going to assume that James Bond does not die in this mission. I would also have been able to guess. Technically, I guess it did happen in the GBA version that we did come across 003 and he was alive, but I did a prediction in chat whether he would live through the end of the mission, and many in chat correctly guessed that he did in fact not survive the end of it. But everything else is like so unrecognizable that it wasn't until now that I like connected the dots of like, hey, oh, that's right, the GBA game did have something about going to South America and 003 something or other, but it's like everything around it is so different. So I guess we'll see them alive briefly. But let's not speculate. Let's just go for it.
You've come on a fool's errand. 003. Sometimes I think MI6 assigns your numbers based on your IQ.
Sick burn.
A friend of yours?
You'll have to do better than that. It's bulletproof.
Enjoy a slow but inevitable death, 003.
Do I have to do all the dirty work? Get him!
All right. How was that? Like, get to 003 before he dies. I mean, yeah, I guess he needs to exchange some parting words before he can die. I guess that's how this works. Yeah, my health does carry over from the previous level. That's so peculiar. Oh my god. Lockout like disappears. Art gun. Still yeah, I have them. I guess because we're like in the same mission, I keep my weapons and ammo and health. Okay, well that's a Q spider spot if ever I saw one. Bridge. Oh, okay. I guess I could have done that from... I guess I should have spotted that from over here and done that before I exposed myself to danger. I didn't get the bond move, but try that next time if we die. Seems quite likely in our current situation.
James, you must get to New Orleans. Stop Diavolo before he...
Pretty funny. Like, the delivery of that line didn't make it sound like he was on the literal verge of death. Like, all right, Bond, listen to me. You have to get to New Orleans before... Like, someone was not quite paying attention at in the voice recording booth, I feel like. 崖までの別ルートを探せ. Alright, so... Whoa, Bond... Ah! I wanted to read the Bond action hint, but I accidentally unpaused, and then when I paused it again, of course, the hint was not there anymore. In fact, the second time I paused, the pause screen told me to look for Bond move hints. Like, well, I was trying to, but... Crouch! Could still make it through if we find an armor, but I'm not super broken up if we don't, because that means we get to try that spider move again. And also, we'll do better, for sure. Controller keeps pulsating. I'm dying, which is a cool touch. It's not overly annoying. Can I... This way, please. Yeah, the aiming kind of does let you... like quick headshots and stuff. I do like the way the aiming and lock-on works, like relative to taking cover like this. Like, you don't have to expose yourself to danger in order to lock on and aim, which is not something to be taken for granted. Pretty fun like that when you... Okay. Gonna say, wait, I gotta... Oh. Oh, the controls feel like really backwards with scrolling through here, and it confuses me every time. Oh my god, I was trying to throw the grenade, it didn't work. I fucked up. Lock on, please. Okay, yeah, I do have a spat. Oh, so much for that armor. I was like, okay, this, you know, got a bunch of dudes standing here. I should probably explode them with something or other, right? I tried to equip the grenade, and then I fucked that up. And we got another armor in the nick of time here. Well, I probably could have exploded that, yeah. Might have been a Bond move. I mean, it still might be. You never know. Can I lock... Can't lock on. I have to... That's interesting. I didn't realize that was a thing. I have to actually discover something in Bond vision in order to be allowed to lock... Whoa! I was expecting to repel. I will say that the frame rate is like, I don't know if I've just gotten used to it or if it's more stable in these levels, but it doesn't really bother me much at this point. Can't really tell if they can like see me or not. Thermovision does not seem to drain any battery or something right now either, by the way. Maybe that's because it's mandatory. Ah, armor, nice. Done again. Try to make out which way the hallways turn. A little tricky as well. Pretty good. More armor? Yeah, looks like it. I guess we're full. Oh, dude in here? No, it's... Well, yeah, maybe. Oh, boy. Yeah, once you pull the gun away to start punching... you better hope that there aren't other guys in the same room, because it'll take forever to re-equip your gun. Fuck. The way the darkness, like, envelops you is pretty funny. I want to see, I think there was... I don't think I went over here. Maybe I came from here. Wait, is that armor? It is. Okay, I guess all those guys just came after me all this way. I wasn't expecting to take such a detour. Okay, maybe not all of them. Definitely missing out on a bunch of pawn moves, I'm sure. Oh, we got that one. Now that I learned how that works. Pretty satisfying. Yeah, I can see how you can definitely improve your accuracy a lot if you practice locking on and adjusting your aim for a headshot and like trusting that you'll land the headshot so you don't keep pulling the trigger but just doing a quick single shot. Alright. Doing this game, I reckon we're don't have a lot of level left. Got some kind of cutscene happening now, I would guess. Nope, nope. New objectives or anything? Nope. Find a route. I like that there's like a kind of a different color palette here. Well, okay, well. No way but down.
I think she's fallen for you, James.
Her outfit didn't change. This is so sick. Okay. Ouch. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not fine. Okay, the controls, I guess they're like similar to rappelling, where you don't like necessarily smoothly move. You like you tap and then you sort of shift. It's like playing Hugo on
I think she's fallen
TV via the phone. I mean, not quite, but a little bit, maybe. Like you keep drift. Oh, or maybe you just like you catch the wind. I don't know what's going on exactly. Try to occasionally lock on. Oh, can I shoot those things? How about this? Ouch! Touched a rock outcropping with my foot. I mean, you have a life bar, but that doesn't really seem to reflect anything. Can I skip this? Yep. Oh, okay. That looked a little funny, but I'm glad I could skip it. Pressing L1 occasionally to see if I can walk on. I guess you're allowed to take like one hit. Oh, fucking hell, okay. So I guess I am supposed to catch up with her. It didn't occur to me, it didn't feel like I had much control over the speed at which I'm falling. I mean, I guess it makes sense that if I bump into shit, I fall slower, but... like, does pressing up make me go faster? Oh no. Let's try not getting hit by stuff, I guess. Like, am I supposed to dodge this that way? I have no idea. Wait. Okay. I pressed X and it seemed like he did something. She just got stuck there. Okay. Yeah, this is just a matter of trying to understand how this works and what the game wants from us. Bond action. Take a shortcut. I mean, I'm not sure that's relevant to this part of the level, but it would make sense if we like break through something. That's pretty funny. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's not a matter of taking hits. Maybe it's just like if you bump into something head on, you die. I still think this is awesome, and the fact that we can like very quickly retry it means that it's not a nuisance either. Okay, I somehow feel like I'm going way faster. Am I was gonna say, am I in front of her? I don't know. I feel like I'm much closer to her. But, well, much. I don't know, close enough, I guess. I guess we got her.
Nice to catch up with you again.
Not super clear to me what I did better that time. But that was still pretty cool.
We've got to get out of here.
How?
The tank. You'll drive.
What? I don't...
You can learn on the way.
I mean, it's either doing the driving or doing the shooting, I guess. Wow, yeah. So I was expecting some kind of face-off against Diavolo, but it makes sense. We did get to see him up close and personal at the very beginning. Obviously, we wouldn't have like a showdown with him or anything, but because he was in the thumbnail. But yeah, no, I guess that was just the intro of the level. Yeah, we didn't get close to the gold medal, partially because we took a lot of time. And I guess it must count. It keeps, you know, the timer keeps rolling with every death and respawn, I reckon. So that makes sense. We took a good number of attempts in that second part. Oh, we missed a shit ton of Bond moves. Yeah, this must be the very... Yeah, we see the little bridge. That's the Q-Spider thing. That looks like a rocket launcher. The vague silhouette of a rocket launcher somewhere in the dark tunnels, maybe. We did that one. That was shooting something. Yeah, I guess... Yeah, I know the one that was. So this is during the falling section. And so is this. Oh, I wonder if you can use the Bond vision when you're falling to slow down time and lock onto stuff. That's the only way I can see this working, because I was like mashing L1 like crazy. Wow, 3 of the 6 Bond moves are in that section. Okay, so the thumbnails don't help an awful lot with that, but that's kind of cool. I mean, the whole sequence is already such a Bond move that I wasn't expecting a whole slew of like alternate extra things we could do there. Bronze, we didn't even get silver. So I think gold, nothing below gold actually contributes to unlocking stuff, which means at this point we shouldn't expect more unlocks because I mean, we might get lucky scoring more Bond moves, but I think from this point on I would expect gold to be something you have to do a little bit of an extra effort to achieve. But I'm intrigued to see if what we did unlock was in fact a costume. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to do this and see if this means that we... Because she's probably going to show up in this level, right? So if changing that setting actually does anything, we should be able to see that pretty quickly here, I would expect. So I guess this is Hank March. This is the big finale to the Peru section. And then I guess we check back in with Q Branch before traveling to New Orleans for the next leg of our journey. And this game is pretty sick. I'm enjoying this a lot. Okay, let's go. Driving stuff hasn't been too bad so far, but I guess this is like a turret level because she's doing the driving, right? We'll find out. The manual make... Yeah, there we go. R2 to swap weapons. Okay. Alright, so use force to open a closed gate. The bond move. Oh, okay.
Take us to Jack's. You'll be safe there.
All right, hang on.
Interesting technique, Serena. Careful.
Sorry.
All the birds and everything. This is so sick. Of course, the dialogue and everything. Yeah, I'm not locking onto the helicopter. Whoa, boy. Oh, nice. There's no like slow travel time on the rockets, at least. Nope. Okay.
Go left.
Oh, okay. Left and right does in fact not activate bond vision. Barrels. I can't aim downwards. Shoot! There we go. Okay. We reload pretty slowly. Barrels! Barrels! Oh, I see. L1 to aim. Of course, we gotta go through here. Pretty good. I think this, despite being, you know, the thing I kind of complain about sometimes, although with a tank it makes a bit more sense, but like these driving levels where it's just like a massive, not just gunfight, but just like firing 80,000 missiles. But it's kind of capturing the tone nicely with the dialogue and the slightly goofy stuff happening and everything. I like it a lot. All right, more Bond move hints. Yeah, cause an explosion using barrels. So I might have, yeah, I didn't realize until it was a little late that I can do manual aiming. So I could have, I probably missed this because I was supposed to shoot the barrels where there were dudes. So my aiming keeps shifting when she's turning the tank, making this a little tricky. Oh, someone else is shooting at me.
Wait here a moment.
What? Oh boy! I didn't realize this was happening. Am I? I couldn't lock onto those guys. And I was like, was I meant to be shooting at... I don't know if I was meant to be shooting at the Jeep or...
You'll be safe there.
All right, hang on.
or the guys, because I couldn't like lock onto them.
Careful.
I reckon that would have been at the very end, because... That's pretty generous targeting there.
Go left.
Like looking for barrels where there were actually people, and I didn't see much. Up here, I think. Go. Shooting them probably quicker, but I'm actually doing okay on health. Oh. Spongy. All right. Maybe I'm just supposed to fire a missile at the clock tower to blow the whole shit up. You can zoom with the machine gun. There's no like visual indication for when you're reloaded. Might be a slight audio cue, but okay, we're done with that, I guess. There we go. Okay, that went better at least. Yeah, of course, figures. Kind of a cool recontextualization of this location. There's a helicopter or something. Assuming that's what firing at us. Good luck aiming.
Go right.
A little more agile with this, but at least there's like no like supremely annoying reloading or overheating or anything to. That's a tank. Should probably not try to use the gun. Oh boy. Trying to orient oneself here is not easy. Mashing R1. Definitely a cool level though. A little easier to get your bearing. I guess the tank turret like snaps back to the front. Okay. Obviously, I blow up this fucking gas station.
Those gas pumps, 007.
Yeah,
It's your best chance.
Alright, that's pretty cool. Just gonna fall on that thing. Take your time, sure. I think I died. I died waiting for the explosion. That's a little annoying. Like, what could
Take us to Jack's.
I guess
You'll be safe there.
blow up the thing on the left first, because it takes like 2 minutes to fall down.
Interesting technique, Serena. Careful.
That was a little annoying. But I'm getting the hang of a lot of this stuff better now, so it's not too bad. Jesus. Dude! Okay. That went much better the first time. Okay, we got it eventually. Missed that guy. Alright, this is a disaster. Our weapon efficiency is not going to be great. I just realized, I guess this probably will count against our time also. Because it'll count multiple attempts. Luckily, we're kind of bulletproof. We're not really losing a lot of health at this point. But I guess we kind of need all the health we can spare once we get to the last part there. I don't know if it's the last part, but the last part we've seen. Oh, I didn't even realize there were dudes standing there by a bunch of barrels. I'm not sure if I exploded them without realizing last time, but probably not. You kind of need to aim for them. Wearing a suit all the time would suck. I mean, if you look that good in it. Doesn't seem to be holding him back. Also, I'm definitely glad we don't have to spend the entire game in his janitor's tactical jumpsuit like some of the other ones. So I hope we'll see more wardrobe changes over the course of the game. Okay, that's that taken care of. Where's the thing? Okay, got it, I guess. Not without taking a bunch of damage.
Wait here a moment.
Dude, oh my god. I just lost like 15% health because for some reason I missed. I don't know what was going on. I fired like 3 times.
Go left.
After gonna come back, right? Get how this works out. This whole section too, where we're gonna get potentially destroyed. What? Okay, we got it. Our health, though. I think we have to deal with like one more tank. Remember that was the last one? What gas station coming up? Alright, fire this one first. Get this, yeah. I'm
gas pumps, 007.
mashing the fire button. There we go. Okay, I think we've got everything exploded that we can. Helicopter's going down. Level's not done just yet. Okay, maybe it is. Yeah, that was a little dicey.
Stay here and stay out of sight.
Oh, she's CG again, even though it's in-game graphics.
I'll be in touch.
Still won't know if she changed her clothes.
Oh. 007, our presence has been detected.
Mission's not over, and we get to ride our Triumph bike, but I guess there's a checkpoint here at least, most likely.
Detected at the airfield, and we must fly out of here immediately. 003's Triumph Daytona 600 should be parked somewhere nearby. Find it and get here as quickly as you can.
Oh my god. Well, off to a great start. Oh, oh yeah, I have weapons, right? It's this kind of rocket-fueled chaos that's like a little bit silly.
Come on, 007, we're running out of time.
Like, it makes for a cool video game level, but it's not quite how you would expect a scene like this to go. Alright, that was pretty sweet. We got the jump. Okay. I think we got it. Unless this is a cutscene of us falling to our death. No, okay.
Congratulations. You saved the girl and destroyed most of my equipment. I hope you're happy, 007.
Better than saving the equipment and losing the girl. Don't you agree?
Oh, 007, I give up.
Alright, that was pretty sweet. I mean, that was so cool. The last part, jumping over the truck and driving into the plane and everything. And then you get the quality Q banter at the end too. Man, it's like perfect. They fucking nailed it. I can't say the same for my driving skills there, but hey, wouldn't you know it? We actually, holy shit, we got the full 100,000 for time. Unbelievable. Okay, I'm pretty sure it doesn't count restarts against the time then, but that could be because we started at the like maybe the game is actually designed correctly and smartly in that if you die in the first section and restart from the beginning, it doesn't count it against you time-wise, but if you do it later in the level and have to redo stuff after a checkpoint, it does. It might also not do either, but either way, there's no way that was under 6 minutes with all the attempts. Yeah, we hit gold by, you know, by a big margin. All right, so blowing up the gate first seems almost impossible to miss. Whether you aim for the gate or not, it'll explode when you shoot the truck or the car. Oh, I guess it's a truck. We blew this up. We got that. Huh. What was I supposed to do differently at the gas station? I guess she talked about the pumps, and literally, technically speaking, I didn't shoot at the pumps. The camera move kind of made it, like during the cutscene, the camera sort of focused on the helicopter and then individually for one of the tanks. But when I shot the gas tank on the right, it kind of blows everything up. So maybe I'm supposed to use the machine gun to focus, like aim at the pumps, and that'll like create a big tall explosion that blows up the helicopter or something. I feel like you know, if you saw the scene in the movie and Bond like fired at the gasoline, whatever you call it, the giant tank, you wouldn't be like disappointed thinking like, oh man, he should have fired his machine gun at the pumps. That would have been cooler. I mean, maybe it would have, depending on how the explosion looks, I guess. But like, I feel like what I did, by some standards, should be adequately Bond-esque. But, you know, whatever. I reckon if you do this correctly, it'll be slightly different at least. Okay. I can kind of make out a road. Maybe a tree. I have no idea. Oh, no, I was going to say there was something about a shortcut, but that wasn't even this stage. That was probably one of the 5 things during the falling section of the other one. And jumping this. Yeah, we got that one. Yeah, some of these are like easy enough to figure out in real time. I guess if I could recognize this location, I would have figured out. Maybe it's taking a different route with the motorcycle. Because obviously the map is a little bit open. Maybe there's something you can take some kind of shortcut between the roads to get there. Well, we still got gold, so that's pretty good. %86 accuracy. I guess that's because we fired a lot of sustained fire against, like, you're kind of locking on, or yeah, I guess you're not missing many bullets, so that gives, I mean, it did, and if you look at the points, 21,000 is like not that much compared to most other categories. And then efficiency, yeah, I guess if you use the rockets, you might get a much better efficiency, because, yeah, 253 rounds fired versus 37 enemies dispatched. It's a very low score. Then again, if a low score like this doesn't hold me back from getting gold because the other categories are worth much more, that's, like, actually good design, because accuracy for a level like this especially gets a bit ridiculous. Or not even accuracy, because we did have high rating for that, but efficiency. But in the on-foot levels, if you learn to get good at headshots and stuff, I guess that would actually be quite satisfying to get a good score for that. But it's also cool if you can get, especially gold. Platinums might be more demanding, but being able to get golds by different methods, like making sure to get every Bond move, or having a very high accuracy, or going fast, but not necessarily demanding all of them, I think is also awesome, because it sort of encourages... well, I was gonna say encourage a variety of playstyles. What I mean is, you can choose to play the game how you see fit and still be rewarded for it without necessarily having to master every part of it, especially if one or multiple parts are like not fun. You know, I can think of many games like this that would have, or many games that would have a kind of scoring system like this, where you get sort of penalized by not engaging with parts that aren't even very fun to try to do perfectly. So yeah, being able to get golds without
added an
too much
explosive
trouble.
charge
It's
to your field reconnaissance device. This
pretty
shall
cool.
be useful both for destroying remote targets and for use against unsuspecting enemies.
All right, so now we have a bomb on our Q Spider. Bonus image 7. All right, so we're gonna go back to the bonus menu again and take a look, because we did briefly see... No, wait. We did, right, because I changed the setting for Serena, but we've only seen her in CG pre-rendered form since then. Shit, never mind. But we should still look at the gadget stuff. I mentioned that we wouldn't likely be looking at cheats before, well, before beating the game, I say, as if we're going to go back to unlock cheats after that. But unlocked gadget upgrades, I think, are totally fair game. So this one is set to this option, and so is this. Wait, so... Okay, so this one is not something I equip. It's just we've gotten this upgrade now, I guess. Because we have the dart gun and this stuff. So I reckon this means that if we go back to earlier stages, we will have access to all these gadgets. Which is another interesting thing about like redoing levels for score. But we can at least... This. Alright. John Cleese, of course. But we're still missing Judi Dench. I guess that's about it. Of, like, the famous people, anyway. Okay, this looks kind of neat. We haven't been here. Well, let's not spoil ourselves too much with those thumbnails. All right, another MI6 briefing. Gonna be pretty sick, but you know what? I'll go for a while still, but I think it's time for another break. Been going quite some time without one, so let me pause the timer, and I shall go stretch once more for a little bit. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and we'll see what's up at MI6. Be right back. Okay. Get some cables untangled here. All right, more driving coming up. You know, it's exciting to play a Bond game and see hints of upcoming driving levels and not feel despair, but actual excitement. We had a fucking tank-based turret level, and it was actually kind of fun. It's funny how, like, the shooting is, like, arguably the weakest part of this game, and it's, like, everything else is fun and cool. I'm not saying the shooting is terrible, but it's like the one aspect that it perhaps most frequently has me a little perplexed and annoyed with how certain things work. I'm getting a little bit more used to it at this point, but there's a lot of quirks with changing weapons and holstering and drawing guns where the game could feel a lot better if it didn't prevent you from shooting your guns while waiting. Like, if you could just cancel certain animations for, you know, just smoother flow, I think that would help the overall experience. But it's funny that what you might consider or expect to be considered the sort of main general standard gameplay part of the game is like the one that's the most sort of finicky and awkward, and the vehicular stuff and whatever else, like falling down cliffs and rappelling, like that stuff is pretty, like, works pretty well. Although in fairness, like, I mean, looking at this, like, we got a lot of driving stuff. Like, almost every other level here is like driving or turrets and stuff, which is cool. If it's done well, why not? Like, it just creates variety. Like, this feels in a way almost like some of those Amiga games, like License to Kill, where each level is a bit different. You're not really... It's like not even really accurate to call this game sort of a third-person shooter, because yeah, it has that, but so much of the game is not that at all. It's, I don't know, that strikes me as kind of cool. For instance, some levels are just this. Let's go to MI6 again. What a treat! Not one, but multiple visits to MI6 headquarters.
Welcome back, 007. We have several upgrades for you. Miss Nagai.
Your stealth suit will now make you fully invisible. But be careful. Quick movements will destroy the effect.
I can see where that might be a problem.
And the spider cam now carries an explosive. Press the button and boom.
I suspect I won't be bringing this one back to Q-Lab.
Built to be expendable, 007. I only wish you didn't treat everything I gave you like that.
Well, I can be careful when I want to, Q.
Isn't there something official you should be doing, 007?
It's weird that he referred to it as the spider cam. Oh, shit, timer. Whoops. When it's been the Q spot. Oh, once again, we get the CG. We get a good mileage out of this cutscene here. This pre-rendered cutscene of them walking out of the elevator. Awkwardly stumbling out of the elevator, I might add.
Here she is.
Yes, we've managed to resurrect your Aston Martin V12 Vanquish, despite your best efforts to destroy it on your previous missions. We've equipped it with the usual toys, machine guns, forward-firing rockets, and an acid slick, a rear-deployed deterrent, which will dissolve the vulcanized rubber found in tires. And before you ask, 007, yes, it is biodegradable.
I'm sure that was top of Bond's mind there. Very concerned about the environmental impact of his collateral damage. All right, let's save. It's funny how in the first one, well, I guess it makes sense because we were in a different scene. I was going to say the first MI6 briefing, the opening shot, the establishing shot, I want to say was actual 3D graphics of the building. Maybe I'm misremembering. But that, of course, like cut to the sequence when we were in M's office. That might have just been a pre-rendered or something. But it was funny here, the opening shot with the exterior, the establishing shot, looked like a painting. like a matte painting, basically. I mean, it makes sense logically that they wouldn't construct all that 3D like within the same scene as the Q Lab, but maybe I'm misremembering. Anyway, it stood out to me here. Cool. Anyway, I fucking love that shit. Mardi Gras. You know, it's funny, from the thumbnail I thought he was driving like a yellow car, like when we just saw it like this, but obviously it's the Vanquish, and it makes sense now that like everything around the car is extremely bright, so it's probably lit by a bunch of yellow, well, maybe lights, maybe lanterns, maybe explosions, I don't know. Well, it looks like we're about to party. 200,000 for gold. Let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, I guess we're meeting Maya pretty soon. And yeah, I guess we'll never know about Serena's other outfit, because she's probably not going to be present in the story anymore. I guess it makes sense that she was not in the GBA version then, by the way, because her sole purpose was to be like a person that we used to find 003. But who knows? Maybe she returns. All right, Mardi Gras. Let's do it.
Bond, M here. MI6 confirms the identity of Arkady Yayakov, a fugitive war criminal sought by Interpol. Intelligence links Yayakov to Nikolai Diavolo.
Ah, yes. Max Soren's student.
Yes, and we believe he might be involved with the missing nanotechnology.
Taking a graduate course in it, no doubt.
You're to rendezvous with an American NSA agent, Maya Starling, who's been assigned to the case. Drive carefully, 007.
Nice and quick, sort of mid-action
Agent Starling will meet you in the park at the north end of town.
expository briefing scenes. Would love to see it. Man, this looks fucking awesome, by the way. I'm a little bit distracted from, wait. Oh, never mind. Forgot how the map works for a second. This reminds me of the one, like, city level... What game was that in? I can't even remember. One game that had a level that was a little bit like this, but this looks really cool. Yeah, I got the wet puddles with the reflected geometry. Pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm using the face buttons to accelerate, which is why I'm having trouble applying an even force. The car is like stopping and starting constantly. There we go. Jauntily jogging over to a payphone.
007, it's Maya Starling.
What happened? You were supposed to meet me here.
I couldn't get away. I'm working undercover singing at a nightclub owned by Arkady Yayakov. But don't come here yet. It's more important to get inside Yayakov's warehouse. He takes deliveries every night at 9, and his head driver is eating dinner right now at the Gumbo Diner. If you get to the diner quickly, you can steal his truck, drive to the warehouse, and get inside.
Music to my ears.
Somebody's coming. I've got to go.
I'll see you at the club later.
Alright, that's pretty cool. Alright, we got a plan. Steal a truck. We got a timer now, I'm guessing.
Right, 007. You must get to the diner and hijack that truck.
Probably faster this way. Oh boy. Trying to look at the map and the road at the same time. Not easy. I don't know what the gray parts mean. Can I drive through there? I guess not. Never mind. We're fine. We're fine. Oh my god, this is not closer. Well, stop. It'll do. I mean, the map's not huge. Luckily, I don't think we're graded on our ability to not crash into shit. All right. Okay, let's try again, shall we? Do we start from the after the phone call? No, we don't actually.
You in the park at the north end of town.
Well, let's take the scenic route. The idea of this like overlaid map is pretty clever, but it's still not like super easy to make use of really, and it's obviously a little it's not exactly subtle. But it could have been a lot worse. You have kind of the information there. I do wish I could pause and see the map, because it is a little awkward. But actually, I can, before we have a timer going, I think we still, there's no short way there really. I don't think we would have much to gain from taking another route. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
007, it's
All right, we
Maria
can skip
Starling.
this.
Right, 007. You must get to the diner and hijack that truck.
All right, let's might as well take the same route. Won't panic as much this time. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, my handbrake's not super great, but now that I know like a very roughly kind of how I need to get there, the minimap I think is going to be enough. Go through here. This is where I crashed into someone last time, I think. Oh boy, it's slippery out here. Okay, 40 seconds should be enough. Oh, I had 50 seconds even.
An alternate route may have helped you get there faster, 007.
Okay, thank you. I guess that was wait, what? Oh, okay. I think she just said that at 30 seconds.
Now get to that.
She wasn't like yelling at me for getting there, but getting there too late. What's up, Jessica? I'm doing just fine. This game is pretty exciting. I'm enjoying it a lot. Oh, okay. Let's go there. It's impossible not to read that truck's sign as YOLO tech, but that works too. Camera, it's a little, I can't see the road for my giant truck. Right now, I guess. Aren't they using the engine for the need for speed games? Well, I believe this, we had a conversation about this last time. I believe this game uses renderware, which is a game engine that was commonly licensed by a lot of companies doing multi-platform games on these consoles. Renderware was created by Bizarre Creations. That's the name of the studio, right? And they were eventually acquired by EA, who did use the engine for a while still after that, but not for too long. And it's entirely plausible that that was used for, yeah, Criterion, right? My bad. Yeah, Bizarre is like the Metropolis Street Racer or whatever, or the it's another driving game studio. But yeah, Criterion is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I'm not Metropolis Street Racer either, because isn't that like a Japanese game, I think? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Criterion is the studio I was thinking of. And it's entirely plausible that that would have been used for Need for Speed as well. But beyond, like,
007, I'm having trouble getting a satellite lock on
broadly the like 3D game engine that was used there, it wouldn't surprise me if there's other like cross pollination sort of, because even the some of the previous Bond games, this is credited to EA Redwood Shores, who I don't really know too much about their track record, but Nightfire, for example, had a bunch of different studios working on it. Like the driving stuff was not made by the studio that did like the main part of the game. I can't remember off the top of my head which studios did what, but I don't know. I mean, I guess we might see in the credits if there are other studios like subcontracted to do those parts of the game who may have been people who had been working on Need for Speed stuff. But I'm very unknowledgeable about pretty much anything to do with driving games. And really the inner workings of EA for that matter. Alright, I don't think we've gotten any Bond moves this level, so I think we're not looking super hot for a 200,000 point score, but that's okay.
You'll have to attach tracking devices so we can follow their movements.
Cool, like sort of stealth infiltration mission. Feels very Bond. I didn't quite understand what I was supposed to do with these like tracking devices. Kind of cool that we can. I mean, I'm guessing this is going to be used for something, but mount tracking device. Okay, simple enough.
We've picked up heat signatures from that building, 007. See if you can listen in to their conversation.
That building. That wasn't very specific, but
Yes, Mr. Diavolo? Somehow, inexplicably, Yayakov has allowed a double agent to infiltrate the club. He's going to take care of her tonight. And then you are going to take care of him. Understood? Yes, sir. Good.
yeah, that's our cue.
Don't make me take care of you.
Fucking gamer lights. That car, pretty sick. I mean, I think it looks pretty stupid, but it's pretty sick.
You mustn't allow Agent Starling to be harmed, 007. Intercept that limo and find out the name of the club.
I don't know if there was other cars I could have used, but this'll do. Oh boy, and that's not the exit. Oh boy, it's a little slippery. Well, we can give 4 minutes at least. Don't tell me I have to avoid searchlights or something here. I think I have to avoid searchlights. That's okay. I was just leaving. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Something else I could drive around here. And well, I can't exit. Surely this is made for driving through. Oh, maybe if I had a motorcycle. Doesn't look like an exit. This looks more exitable. Okay, where are we going? Moving target. Oh yeah, I guess I was supposed to intercept. Means I've given them a healthy head start. But I guess they will get to their destination in 3 minutes. So if I get to them before that, we're okay, maybe? We'll see. Not getting lost on this straight road, at least. Hopefully I can catch up before... Okay, we're on the same road now, at least. Minimap up. Oh boy. Oh boy. Acceleration on this is a little sluggish. Well, they're making a right up here, of course. Enemy limousine life bar up there. I mean, I'm guessing I'm just supposed to ram them. Thought I did. It didn't seem to have much effect. I don't have like weapons or anything. I'm taking damage. Can't fucking see them. Oh my god, rock solid trees. Well, I guess there was a little curb. Still, it's a cool mission. I'm just thinking that maybe I could have taken a different vehicle. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. Holy shit. Wait, now they're shooting at me. I am not equipped to deal with this. Okay, that did a little bit of damage. But I'm barely hurting him, and it's tough to like catch up. Like even doing this, I'm not like I have to build up speed. This can't be what I'm supposed to do. Nice little jump. Oh, there we go. Well, I landed on it basically. I think we did it. Okay, I mean that works out.
Help me! Help yourself. Tell me the name of Yayakov's club. I can't. He will kill me. In that case, you can die here. Give me the name or I walk. No, don't let me die. Okay, it's the Kiss Kiss Club. Smart choice. I didn't think you had a burning desire to kiss your life goodbye.
Just pulls him out with one hand. I guess he wasn't that stuck.
Now hurry, 007.
Oh boy.
You must get to the club before Yayakov harms Agent Starling.
Check your GPS, 007. The Kiss Kiss Club has been added to the map.
Guess I could just drive through here. I didn't really need to wait for the road. Okay, now this should be fine. We'll get there. Yeah, this is a cool mission. Dude, yeah, 0 Bond moves so far, though. I look forward to looking at the hints. I mean, we fucking jumped and landed on top of him. I feel like that should have been a Bond move. But oh well. I'm sure you should have, like, obviously you were supposed to drive through that giant pipe to jump out, like, right? But maybe there was a motorcycle or something there. The fact that we were on foot and were able to walk around. Yeah, 90,000. That was terrible. Literally our worst score so far by a lot. Yeah, see, 100% accuracy and 100% weapon efficiency on account of we didn't use a weapon. And that's still only 25,000 per. Like, that's not a lot. 2 defeated enemies. Yeah, no wonder we got a shit score, because time and Bond moves are really the only thing that matter here. And we got 0 on both. Bro, I didn't mean to... I didn't mean to advance, but that's fine. We'll go back, because I wanted to check. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there were several parts where I was not really in a hurry. It's funny though, we got the top score for time that one time. Otherwise, we've gotten like terrible times. All right, let's go back. Kiss Kiss Club. All right, this game's Pretty sick. All right, there we go. So I wanted to check the time. Oh yeah, 5. Okay, I was confused. I thought it said target was 7 and our time was 5:06, but no, we were 5:06 over the target's time of 7 minutes. Because yeah, 12:06. Yeah. Okay, we were almost like double the time, pretty much. So yeah, no wonder we didn't get a good one. All right, there's a fucking Mardi Gras parade. See, I thought we might be able to drive the car into the truck. You know, that was my first thought when we could open the back of it and there was a little ramp. And obviously, if you do that, then you have this. Yeah, I like acid shit. We didn't even get to use it, and you can jump through here. Oh, I kind of want to replay this level now. But it's still really cool that it sort of gives you the option of doing things totally wrong. I don't know if this is just like finding the parade. But yeah, fuck it, we're redoing this level. I want to see how much better we can do. I guess we could do double agent to get a bigger score multiplier too, but because there's not that many like enemies to deal with or anything, so I don't really think it would change that much. Maybe the timers are more strict, but I would like to go faster anyway. Anyway, let's try this again. And try not to dilly-dally. Yeah, I mean, early on, the game, like, at the very beginning, the very opening level and everything was super cool. I love the way it was set up with the intro and the opening credits and everything. But the level immediately following that is easily, like, the worst level so far. Granted, if I replayed it now, I think I would do better, having a little more familiarity with the controls. But it's still... That level was pretty confusing in the layout. Enemies kept coming from all over the place. I struggled with finding armor when I needed it. It was a little awkward. But like every level since then have been like pretty great. Or at least, you know, the experience I've had with that level wasn't quite, you know, representative of the experience I've had with the game since. Alright, trying to go fast here. But that's cool. Like, I'd rather have a little, you know, being a little hesitant with how things start off than having them start super promising and then get really annoying. I was still pretty positive on the game after the first stream.
Hello?
007?
But now I'm like, dude, this is awesome. But yeah, just like the geography of that level is like kind of confusing with the verticality. Like most of the levels since then have been more like straightforward. So it feels like a little bit of a strange choice of a like an opening level. Okay, let me... There we go. I figured there was some kind of shortcut. There's the parade. I didn't get... Oh, there we go. I was gonna say I didn't get a bond move for that. Yeah, trying to figure out which parts of the map you can like actually sort of drive through. That gives us a significantly better time for that matter. That's pretty cool. Now let's do this. Like just being able to get in and out of the car is kind of cool, even if there's like not a lot of...
Well done, Bond. Now get to that warehouse.
Like this is mostly a driving level, There's not like lengthy on-foot sections or anything. I'm driving it. Okay, I thought I was waiting for him to drive for some reason. Well, that's time lost, but oh my Jesus Christ. I thought I was like waiting in the car, but I guess it makes sense that I could just also steal the truck. Well, we're still like 40 seconds ahead. And I should have an easier time taking down the guy with the Vanquish. But yeah, it's actually fun to replay levels. A level you'd see in Driver. Yeah, I mean, it's a good... I feel like the general execution and like conceptually handling of a vehicle-based level in a Bond action game, like this feels so much more... The scenario in general like feels much more in the style of what you would expect in a Bond movie than what they like sort of typically are like. Did we see that cutscene last time? Probably. Maybe I talked over it. I didn't recall seeing it. Go inside here.
007, I'm having trouble getting a satellite lock on those vehicles. You'll have to attach tracking devices so we can follow their movements.
Just rolls out and parks conveniently. That's nice. Yeah, I also won't have to spend 20 seconds trying to understand how to leave this building.
We've picked up heat signatures from that building, 007. See if you can listen in to their conversation.
I wonder if the cutscenes count. Like, does the timer run while cutscenes are happening? If that's the case, then that's a lot of time you can save by skipping them.
You mustn't allow Agent Starling to be harmed, 007. Intercept that limo and find out the name of the club.
Alright, so this should be a little more comfortable this time. Alright, that's pretty sick. Actually, do I have weapons?
Don't forget about your electromagnet, 007. That might help to slow the limo down.
Oh.
If you can get in front of him, 007, your acid slick should make short work of his tires.
Alright. I used acid, but... Oh my god. Oh my god, it's like I fucking exploded my own tires. Dear Lord. Not the performance I was hoping for. I shouldn't have tried to use the acid. Dude, the frame rate. Trying to look at the map and on the screen and after enemies at the same time. Didn't go well. Yeah, that's where we killed him last time. Because we landed on top of him. Oh my god, that literally... guy just spawned inside me, basically. Dude, with these tight corners, it's so fucking hard to see where a turn is happening relative, like in the map, relative to where you're driving. Ugh. Well, we're getting a shit time rating because I'm probably not gonna make it. Yeah, we have the... Yeah, he's just driving in a loop now, I guess. It's annoying as shit. Yeah, we failed. Fucking Q telling me to use the acid.
Only yourself to blame for Agent Starling's demise.
I should have just kept shooting missiles, and we were doing just fine.
Allow Agent Starling to be harmed, 007. Intercept that limo and find out the name of the club.
It's annoying, but oh well. Oh, I fucked this up even. Sideshow caught Hajime. Alright, so we do it all over. This is upsetting. Well, this is not going to be a gold performance, but I'd rather see it through than start over from the very beginning.
Don't forget about your electromagnet, 007. That might help to slow the limo down.
Even the machine gun is like so much more effective. Like an actual missile. Not an actual missile. This, but that was a little bit faster.
Help me!
Yeah. Oh, I'm so pissed off right now. We were doing well, and I could have had a much better performance. But at least we got 2 Bond moves.
Now hurry, 007. You must get to the club before Yayakov harms Agent Starling.
Yeah, so we're in a totally different spot here.
The Kiss Kiss Club has been added to the map.
Probably not the best route. It is what it is. At least we get to drive there in a proper car this time. Okay, luckily the driver didn't die. Alright, we should be able to cut through here again, right? Nope, we're not allowed to. It's actually... Ah, okay, we'll get it. I was gonna say it's cutting it. Whoa, what the hell? I pressed the brake button and he just veered off into this wall. Like, there are a lot of sort of shortcuts and stuff that are quite plainly visible, but you can't really see them with the map up just because the map obscures so much of the screen. But without the map, it's a lot harder to navigate. Well, how did we do? Fewer enemy kills, I guess. And we're gonna get shit accuracy scores because we missed a bunch of... That's funny. Yeah, but we went from 90,000 to 169, so that's a significant improvement. But we could have gotten 2 more Bond moves. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I guess you get a Bond move for using the acid, which means I fucked that up. I wonder if that's like an instant... Like, if that makes him crash the car if you successfully... Because I thought I used it. Not on this attempt, obviously, but on the one before. But trying to use it, is what fucked everything up. But I must have clearly not done it successfully. We got this one, but then we fucked up and had to redo it, so we didn't get it. But yeah, see, like... 0.3%. We got 87 points for weapon efficiency. 287 rounds fired for 1 enemy. Yeah, that's not very good. So technically, yeah, I guess using the acid is the ideal We got points for time though. We were a lot faster. It's kind of tricky. No new medal, huh? Still bronze? Huh. Wait, did we even get bronze? Maybe we got 0 medals. I don't know. Yeah, but I can see how like replaying missions, like I kind of want to just go back into it again. The game is fun to play, and the missions are cool, and they're short, and they're varied, so it's like pretty fun to want to just like dive back in and try it again. Surprised how good this game looks. My first time seeing it. It's interesting because my perception of this game was that it had like a pretty good reputation, but even compared to Agent Under Fire, I feel like you don't hear this game talked about much. Agent Under Fire is a game that is like, it seems like it was positively received at the time, and there's like a general positive sentiment around the game. Not necessarily people like championing it today, but someone posts like a YouTube video or a trailer or something, you look at the comment sections and people are like, oh, this game was awesome, I love this game, you know, but not necessarily people who have played it in the last 20 years. And with Nightfire is kind of similar, except you see comments with people saying like, man, this is the secret best Bond game. Like, everyone talks about GoldenEye, but Nightfire, that's the real GOAT or whatever. And that's kind of the camp I was in, because I played it at the time and I was like, dude, this game's sick. And I always had a very positive feeling around it too. Like, GoldenEye casts a gigantically, impossibly enormous shadow over everything, but for anything to sort of reach outside of that shadow and at least have some kind of discourse around it at all is like kind of an achievement. And Nightfire was definitely in that camp. But I think this one, I think almost it was like when I was researching some stuff, putting together the details for this project, when I was assembling some footage to cut together the announcement trailer before I started everything, and I saw snippets of footage of this, that I was like, you know, this seems pretty cool. But I feel like I, even at that point, didn't really come across a lot of comments of that nature, of like, man, this game is the sickest one, this is awesome. Like, relative to its quality, I feel like I have heard like next to nothing about it. But I think it's, the thing is, most Bond games I have heard nothing about. The only ones that stand out are like Agent Under Fire, which I think was, you know, and I don't think that game was very remarkable. It's like pretty unremarkable, really. And I was kind of more on board with some of those, you know, Tomorrow Never Dies and World's Not Enough games. But I know that those games were not received super well in the light of, you know, following up GoldenEye or trying to. Even though I think they do a pretty good job, especially the World's Not Enough on N64. I think it, the developers of that game, I think that was a Eurocom joint. I think they did a pretty good job of kind of grasping what elements of GoldenEye were good and jettisoning some of the ones that weren't, and overall making a pretty cool game. It wasn't groundbreaking, obviously, and it, you know, it's certainly smaller and less ambitious, but it's a good game in its own right. I liked it. But I think for a lot of people who were really obsessed with GoldenEye, those other games that came out after didn't really live up to that. And Agent Under Fire maybe felt like a sort of leap forward in some sense. I don't know, but it just had a positive reception, the memories of which have kind of stayed, I think. And Nightfire was a similar game in many regards, but like better in every way. But I think the games that I have like come across so far that we've played or that have, you know, been talked about because they're upcoming, there have been those like GoldenEye, Agent Under Fire to some degree and Nightfire to some degree. Like, those are the games that are like renowned for being good. Rogue Agent is like quite, I think, probably the most Bond game, like the most well known for being bad Bond game. That's not to say that it's known for being the worst, except what a lot of people would say, but they wouldn't have played all of them. But I think there's no Bond game that is more famous for being bad than Rogue Agent. And that game was also like, not the last, but it came after a string of EA games, which I guess this one is pretty fucking great. But it I don't know, it was a game that just kind of reeked of desperation and didn't live up to any bar set by previous Bond games, but stood out in that way. But the other game was 007 Racing, which I actually thought in the end was a really cool game, but it's not a game that I had heard a lot about, but it's a game that anyone who was familiar with it had a pretty negative view of it, because when 007 Racing was coming up, when we were going to play it, I had multiple people on multiple occasions before we started it, when we were looking ahead to like, oh yeah, so 007 Racing is coming up next or whatever. A lot of people's reaction, well, not a lot, but people who had any familiarity with the game, their reaction was consistently, "Ooh boy, you're in for something now." Like, "Ooh, you're in for a rough time." And like, yeah, it had one mission in particular with the fucking invincible forklifts that was pretty bad. But outside of that, and outside of obvious like budget limitations, I thought it was a pretty sick game. I actually quite enjoyed it. But I guess that's beside the point. That point being, 007 Racing and Rogue Agent have like reputations for being bad. GoldenEye, and to a lesser extent, Agent Under Fire and Nightfire have reputations for being good. But beyond those games, I feel like there's not really any other game I can think of that have like a particular reputation that I'm aware of. I had a sense that this game was probably decently liked. I have, I should say, a sense that The Spy Who Loved Me also has, or Spy Who Loved Me, From Russia with Love, had a at least the novelty factor of Sean Connery and everything, and the fact that it's based on an old movie. Like, I think sentiment towards that game is pretty positive as well, but that's kind of a hunch. It's not really based on anything. 007 Legends, I've not heard anyone mention ever, I think. Like, I have no idea what to expect in terms of quality. I have no perception of that game's reputation. So, I guess it's really just, you know, GoldenEye's enormous, inescapable, looming shadow that swallows up everything else. Because this, too, like, is such a cool game. I think there's an argument to be made for, you know, the performance having a pretty notable impact on how the game feels to play, and like the shooting being a little awkward and clumsy. I don't think this is necessarily the game that feels the best to play. I think Nightfire has an edge in that. Even the annoying driving missions, they're not annoying because the driving feels bad. It's just how they're structured and the difficulty. I think that game just feels really good, and several of the other games we have, and this game is, I think, not quite up to par on that level, but it absolutely makes up for it with everything else. It looks great. The structure, the missions, like the mission variety is just amazing, and so many cool set pieces, and obviously beyond how the game plays, it really goes above and beyond checking off every conceivable box for like what you would like to see in a Bond game. So that obviously has a lot of appeal. But yeah, I'm loving this game so far, and it makes me really excited to see, like, once we've entered this kind of era of games, and to a degree more so once we get to the 360 and Wii stuff, like what kind of standards we can expect for fidelity and like how the game feels and plays, and like the just level of ambition and technical achievement, etc. It's exciting. Even if this is a high mark that we'll never reach again, I think it's still gonna be like Rogue Agent is gonna be rough, sure, and we have a bunch of DS games, we have some mobile games, but I suspect the average level of quality, at least in terms of like annoyance and frustration, will be higher. Not that we'll have more frustration, but like the level of palatability, I guess, on average, will be higher as we kind of get closer to the modern day. For better or for worse, in terms of like excitement for the games themselves, they might be pretty bland, but at least they won't be like a chore to play, I imagine. And that's kind of the image I'd had from the very beginning, that once we get, maybe not at the beginning of the kind of PS2 era, but once we get sort of knee deep in the PS2 era, which is exactly where we are right now, games in general are likely reaching a point where they're kind of, you could expect them to be polished enough to not be a complete torturous experience to play. Now, that perception remains to be seen how accurate it is, and a lot of the earlier games weren't as torturous as I expected, and some of the ones I didn't think would be kind of were, so I don't know. But yeah, I was, from the very beginning of this project, I was kind of looking forward to the second half more so than the first half. There's been a lot of good fun games so far already, and again, even if this is the high mark and the rest is going to be mediocre in comparison, I think mediocre in comparison to this might still be pretty alright. Hard to believe, never played From Russia with Love, even though I was fully aware it was similar to this game at the time. Yeah, I was curious about it. I mean, I've never been a particularly huge Bond fan, but I do like movie license stuff in general. I think it's interesting, and I think it's especially interesting when you have a game like that, which obviously is not time sensitive, so, you know, it wouldn't be rushed to match the movie's, you know, premiere date or whatever. And you get the impression that for someone to even pitch that as a concept, that it would have to be a sort of labor of love. And yeah, if it's anything like this, I'm very curious. Mendel asks, am I skipping the GameCube version? Yeah, we're not deliberately playing every single version of everything, because even if I could, playing through the Xbox, PS2, and GameCube version of this one after the other would not be very interesting or meaningful, because they are the same game. We are doing multiple versions of games that are different. We talked a bit about this at the beginning of the stream, about how to classify games as separate games versus games that are just like different versions. It's impractical to play multiple versions of this. We were going to be playing the Xbox version, that was the original plan, but for one reason or another, I couldn't get the Xbox version to run. So thankfully, by happenstance, I had bought this Japanese copy for the PS2, just for novelty and collection purposes, but turned out to really come in handy. But I wasn't planning on like doing both. In fact, I was kind of concerned with leaving this novel Japanese version unexplored because we would be playing it on Xbox, so I'm kind of glad it worked out this way ultimately. But we did, in the early days when we played some of the computer games that had like Amiga, Atari ST, Commodore 64, Spectrum, like multiple versions, we generally looked at all of them, or at least most of them, but all under the banner of the same game. Whereas we're doing this game, and then, well, not afterwards because we did it first. We played the GBA version of Everything or Nothing first because it came out before this one. And Rogue Agent, we're doing the Xbox version, and after that we're doing the DS version, but obviously those are not the same game. So we're doing every distinct game that is a different separate game. In some cases that is a little bit of a gray area where you draw the line for what counts as the same and what counts as different. But I think it unambiguously, the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox version of this are the same game. Even if there are some slight differences. For instance, there is a... the GBA game has a connectivity feature with the GameCube game, which unlocks something or other in the GBA game. And it's possible that the GameCube version has something as well. and I don't know what that is, but whatever it is, we're going to be missing out on that. But I wouldn't... If I had the means to play the GameCube version, it would have been nice to do that, maybe. But I'm not going to actively seek it out to do that on top of everything here. I hope that answers any questions or concerns. But you can always, again, consult the official spreadsheet, which has the list of games to be played and the order and everything. Not that I mind answering questions that people might have about it. I'm always happy to discuss the format and details of this project. It is currently 10:35 p.m. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, which is a good chunk longer than I usually do on weeknights. So I think this is going to be where we wrap things up. I'm very excited to continue this game. I reckon we are probably somewhere between half and 2/3 of the way through the game. We still have some plot twists and some locations to go to, I'm sure. But we've seen a lot of the stuff that I would expect to see, and I have a vague sense of the stuff that's left based on the GBA version, which admittedly is shockingly different. It's a lot more different than I expected. Not in terms of how they play, of course. I didn't really expect them to be the same, but in terms of the missions, like they don't really, like, the broad strokes of the plot in terms of the characters and the villain's scheme and everything, I guess, are kind of the same. But the actual places you go to, the things you do, and the way the plot unfolds so far bears very little resemblance to the GBA game, which is fascinating and kind of cool, because it means the GBA game spoiled even less than I thought it did. I'm happy we played them in this order, because going from this to the GBA game, I would not have been very kind to the GBA game. Anywho, it's about time to wrap up. I had a blast today. This was super fun. I'm really enjoying the game. We had some really fun chat. I started the stream talking about my miserable morning with various mishaps. Finding myself in a better mood over the afternoon, and I'm in a blissful state right now, having spent a few more hours with this game. And thank you guys for hanging out, keeping me company, and making this a lot of fun. Now, quick information for those who may have missed the announcement on Discord or when I mentioned it previously on stream. I will be back to stream on Saturday as usual, and I will be going live approximately 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time. However, we will not be going live to play more of this. I will be going live to debut, finally, the long awaited? I don't know, the long talked about by me new sort of stream ranting overhaul graphic type stuff. The first iteration of it anyway. It's an ongoing project, but it's something I've been working on for a couple of months at this point. I guess I've been working on it more actively for a few months. I've been planning it for a lot longer than that, and I'm very excited to share with you what I've been working on. So on Saturday, I'm going to be showing all of that. We're going to be talking a bit about it. And that's going to be pretty cool and fun, I imagine. I will have fun, at least. That's probably not going to take up the entire stream, but we might transition from that to more of this. However, I do have some other things I've been meaning to look at. There's the updated demo for Fallen City Brawl that I wanted to check out. I want to say there's a few other things that aren't exactly top of mind right now. We have some books and stuff. We got this Fatal Fury comic anthology that I haven't really properly looked at. Maybe we'll do some of that. I'm not really sure, but I think Saturday is going to be kind of a chill variety stream, and we will come back to Bond on the following Monday. I think that's probably how things are going to work out. But you don't want to miss the exciting new secret project announcement on Saturday stream. So I recommend you show up for that anyway. But yeah, that's it for me today. Let me figure out who is streaming that we can raid, and we shall wrap things up there. Let's see here what is happening. Is there anyone I don't raid all the time? That's the problem with streaming on a fairly consistent schedule. You tend to end up with the same people streaming the same time as you do for you to raid them. Well, we haven't raided Jean too frequently recently, I don't think. I think she took a little bit of time off, but she's doing big week. Geneva Lee's an amazing streamer. She does themed streams, and if you guys know me, you know I'm a big fan of theme streams. So let's all go say hi to Geneva and enjoy her stream. Thank you once again for hanging out. Take care, and I'll see you guys on Saturday. Peace.